The death of Pius V was followed by one of the calmest papal interregnums of the age. There was no prolonged struggle, no public display of division, and no sign of the kind of turmoil that often accompanied the empty throne of St. Peter. On the very next day, the College of Cardinals reaffirmed the rules governing the election, binding itself to observe the established decrees on papal conclaves. Important offices were assigned at once to secure both the Vatican and the city. Girolamo Bonelli received responsibility for guarding the conclave, while Donato Stampa, Bishop of Nepi and Sutri, was given charge of the Borgo. Monte de Valentibus remained governor of Rome itself. Alongside these practical arrangements, urgent attention was also given to matters beyond the walls of the city, especially the continuation of the war and the Catholic alliance against the Ottoman Turks. Once the funeral ceremonies for the dead pope had been completed, the cardinals moved quickly toward the election. On May 12, 1572, Cardinal Farnese celebrated the Mass of the Holy Spirit, the solemn liturgy that traditionally marked the beginning of the conclave. Afterward, 51 cardinals entered the Vatican to begin the vote. Their number reflected the international character of the Sacred College, though the Italians still formed the clear majority. Before the doors were closed, Antonio Boccapagiuli addressed the electors and urged them to seek a pope in the image of Pius V, a man firm enough in character and capable enough in judgment to guide the Church through a dangerous age. Later that same evening, Cardinal Granvelle arrived from Naples. His appearance was watched closely because he had long been expected by the Spanish ambassador as the man chosen by Philip II to direct the Spanish interest inside the conclave. Yet what followed surprised almost everyone. On the very next day, a new pope was chosen. The speed of the election astonished Rome and the wider diplomatic world alike, because many observers had expected a longer and more contested conclave. There was no shortage of powerful candidates. Several men of great standing were spoken of seriously, and among them, none pursued the papacy with greater energy or political skill than Cardinal Alessandro Farnese. He was one of the most brilliant and experienced members of the college, and his ambition for the tiara was well known. But his path was blocked by strong resistance. The Medici circle worked against him, and the opposition that gathered around them became even more effective because it found support from the Spanish crown. The weight of Spanish influence in the conclave now became unmistakable. Philip II had instructed Granvelle to reach Rome without delay and stop Farnese from advancing further. As soon as Granvelle entered the conclave, he went directly to Farnese and informed him in plain terms that the king, for the sake of preserving peace in Italy, expected him to abandon his hopes. Farnese was deeply shaken by the message. For a moment he was caught off guard, but he understood at once that resistance would be useless. Rather than waste his influence in a hopeless contest, he decided to redirect it. If he could not become Pope himself, he would help determine who would. He therefore turned to Bonelli, who led the group of cardinals closely tied to the late Pius V. Farnese suggested 4 names: Ricci, Savelli, Correggio, and Boncompagni. Bonelli was willing to consider only Boncompagni. The others raised objections or lacked broad enough support. But Boncompagni had a reputation that could bring different camps together. He was widely respected, known for moderation, and seen as a man of peace. Bonelli then offered several names of his own, including Rebiba, Serleto, Albani, and Paolo Burali. Most of these met resistance from Farnese. In the end, the discussion narrowed to Burali and Boncompagni. At the same time, another important faction was holding its own consultations. The cardinals associated with Pius IV weighed their options carefully. Charles Borromeo at first strongly supported Burali, a former Theatine whose moral seriousness and strict personal discipline were beyond question. But Burali's severity made other electors uneasy. men who feared a rigid and ascetic pontificate hesitated to support someone whose reputation for austerity was so pronounced. Borromeo then considered Seleto a scholar of high principle and respected learning, but Seleto was widely thought to lack practical experience in public affairs. Despite Borromeo's efforts, neither Burali nor Seleto could gather the necessary force behind his candidacy. That left Boncompagni as the only acceptable figure around whom agreement could form. The final obstacles were then removed. Some cardinals had pointed out that Boncompagni had not always been in harmony with Pius V, and Bonelli in particular raised this concern. But other influential men worked to quiet these doubts and smooth the path forward. Once that was done, the election moved with remarkable speed. By early evening the decision had been made, and Boncompagni had received the votes needed to become pope. When he himself cast his ballot for Granvelle during the scrutiny, he did so with a tact that made clear how well he understood the forces that had elevated him. In taking the name Gregory XIII, he chose to recall the feast of Gregory the Great, the day on which he had once received the cardinal's purple. His motto asked God to strengthen what had already been begun. Rome received the news with relief. Many had feared that the conclave might choose either a member of a religious order or a severe reformer in the style of the Theatines. Instead, the new pope appeared mild, approachable, and generous in temperament. His very surname invited wordplay, and many in the city were quick to say that a man named Boncompagni must surely prove a good companion. Ambassadors also looked on the election with cautious optimism. Gregory XIII had spent long years in the machinery of the Curia, moving through office after office and gaining an exact knowledge of law, administration, and procedure. He was not a figure raised suddenly by faction or accident. He was a career churchman formed by work, discipline, and experience. His background was far from princely. He came from a Bolognese family of respectable but not ancient greatness, a household that had risen through commerce rather than high lineage. His father, Cristoforo Boncompagni, was a merchant who, through skill and prudence, brought his family into a measure of prosperity. He was known for piety and generosity, especially toward the poor, and though he built a splendid palace near the Cathedral of Bologna, its grandeur stretched beyond what his fortune comfortably allowed. Through marriage into the Marescalchi family, the Boncompagni house gained entry into the aristocratic circles of the city. Among Cristoforo's sons, Ugo, born in 1502, showed early promise and devoted himself to the study of law at the University of Bologna. There, he built a serious academic reputation. He completed the required degrees and became a lecturer in law, teaching with distinction over several years. His students included men who would later rise to great prominence in the church, among them future cardinals and leading ecclesiastical figures. Yet his academic career did not continue indefinitely. His voice was not especially strong, and this practical limitation helped bring his teaching years to an end. In 1539 he left Bologna and went to Rome, entering the service of Cardinal Parisio, a connection that would open important doors for him. In the Roman Curia, his talent was quickly recognized. Under Paul III he received several early appointments, including legal and administrative posts, that placed him close to the workings of papal government. His career continued to advance. He established himself in Rome, built useful relationships, and in time received a more significant role connected with the Council of Trent. In 1548 he was among those sent to inform the Pope of the Council's transfer to Bologna. At first, his service to the future Julius III seemed likely to bring him even greater favour, but events did not unfold that way. After the election of Julius III, Boncompagni fell into papal disfavour. He was removed from one of his offices, and the coldness shown toward him became so clear that he thought seriously of leaving Rome altogether. Friends persuaded him to remain, yet for a time he withdrew from the centre of curial life and gave himself over to study. Only toward the end of that pontificate did he return to public office, when he was appointed vice-legate in the Campania. Under Paul IV, his fortunes changed once more. Though the stern character of that pope might seem far removed from Boncompagni's own manner, the new regime valued his skill as a jurist. He was called into reform work and later entered diplomatic service, accompanying Cardinal Carlo Carafa on important missions, first to France and then to Brussels at the court of Philip II. He also served on commissions dealing with difficult political and legal disputes, and was eventually raised to the bishopric of Viesti in southern Italy. Even after becoming bishop, he remained in Rome by papal permission, where his administrative usefulness kept him near the centre of government. He held office as vice-regent and later sat on a newly established Council of State. By the end of Paul IV's reign, it already seemed possible that the red hat might soon be his. That expectation was endangered by the fall of the Carafa family, with whom Boncompagni had worked closely. In moments like these, proximity to disgraced power could destroy a career. Yet he emerged without serious damage. He had even helped one of the condemned Carafas from his own limited means, but his personal reputation remained intact. Under Pius IV, he gained the confidence of both the Pope and Charles Borromeo and was appointed to the Consulta. This period proved decisive for his character. Though personally religious by nature, he had been formed in part by the worldly atmosphere of a curia still touched by the fading culture of the Renaissance. His close association with Borromeo, whose holiness and discipline were unmistakable, deepened and steadied the more serious side of his nature at a mature stage of life. That same seriousness became even more visible during the final period of the Council of Trent. Boncompagni went there in late 1561 as a close associate of the papal legate Simonetta. At first, he supported himself largely at his own expense, since his bishopric had been so damaged by Turkish attacks that it produced almost no income. In Trent, he placed his legal knowledge and disciplined intelligence fully at the service of the council. He advised on difficult questions, helped draft decrees, and earned praise from leading figures for the quality and reliability of his work. His role in debates over episcopal residence especially strengthened his standing. He had the patience, skill, and steadiness required for the most complicated matters of church law. His way of life during these years left a deep impression on those who knew him. He lived simply outside Trent and often walked long and difficult roads rather than choosing comfort. He rose at sunrise, recited the breviary in the open air, heard Mass, and then set out for the day's work. During those long walks, he reflected on council business and later discussed the same subjects in the evening, with bishops staying nearby. Even on the longest and most exhausting days, he was known for notable self-control. He did not interrupt his labour for refreshment and maintained an unusual calm even during moments of tension. When illness struck Pius IV, Boncompagni was remembered as one of the few who remained composed. By the time the council ended, the strain of his service had visibly marked him, and those who saw him on the road, back through Bologna, could tell how much the years in Trent had cost him. His reward came in 1565, when he was created cardinal on the feast of Gregory the Great. Those who knew the inside politics of Rome later said that his reserve had helped him greatly. His silence made him seem prudent, measured, and trustworthy, but silence alone did not explain his rise. He was also known for integrity, moderation, and a manner of life that inspired respect. Charles Borromeo's confidence in him mattered a great deal. Boncompagni avoided court intrigue, concentrated on legal work and public duty, and was praised by diplomats for his peaceable character and willingness to seek conciliation. When he was later sent to Spain on an important mission, he showed that this mildness was not weakness. At a farewell audience, when pressed with a hypothetical conflict between papal command and conscience, he answered frankly that he would not obey even the Pope in anything contrary to conscience or harmful to the Holy See. Under Pius V, he continued to work diligently, receiving another responsible office and devoting himself to its duties, with seriousness rather than display. He was not seen at festivals and sought little recreation beyond occasional visits to friends. He remained personally unambitious in material matters and even refused financial advantages unless they were properly approved. At the same time, he did not hesitate to oppose harsh measures when legal principle required it. This combination of restraint, honesty, and administrative mastery gave him a standing in Rome that was difficult to challenge. He had already been counted among the likely papal candidates in earlier conclaves. When he fell ill in the 1560s, people even remarked that such a man seemed destined not to die except as pope. By the final years before his election, his reputation was firmly established. Foreign ambassadors described him as one of the most capable members of the Sacred College, a man without serious enemies, deeply learned in canon law, courteous, though sparing in speech, and unusually well fitted to govern the Church. There remained one shadow from his earlier life, the existence of a son before he entered the priesthood. But even those who noted it also admitted that his later conduct had long been beyond reproach. By 1572, when the throne of St. Peter again stood vacant, Boncompagni was no longer merely a respected cardinal. He had become the kind of figure in whom experience, caution, reputation, and circumstance all met at exactly the right moment. That is why, when the conclave moved with sudden speed and the surprise of the watching world, the choice of Gregory XIII was not as accidental as it first appeared. It was the swift conclusion of a long career that had prepared him, step by step, for the highest office in the Church. From the very beginning of his pontificate, there were quiet concerns about the character of the new pope. Gregory XIII, known before his election as Ugo Boncompagni, possessed a naturally gentle and generous temperament. Some feared that this kindness might lead him, once in power, to soften the strict discipline that had defined the rule of his predecessor. His past also raised questions. He had spent much of his earlier life in a more worldly environment, and only later, under the influence of figures like Charles Borromeo, had he fully embraced a more austere vision of church life. It was whispered in Rome that such a man might not entirely forget the habits and impressions of his youth. These suspicions quickly gave rise to speculation. In certain circles, people began to say that the new pope would expand his household, increase spending, and ease the rigid controls imposed in previous years. Some even predicted that key figures of the reform movement would lose their influence. For those who preferred a more relaxed and comfortable atmosphere in the Curia, these rumours were encouraging. Many imagined that the new pontificate might resemble the more flexible and politically minded style of earlier times, rather than the disciplined and reform-driven leadership that had just ended. But these expectations were soon challenged. Gregory XIII made it clear, almost immediately, that he had no intention of abandoning the reforming path. His early decisions spoke louder than any declaration. He placed trusted and respected figures in key positions, men known for their integrity and their commitment to reform. Offices central to the administration of the Church were entrusted to individuals whose loyalty to strict discipline was beyond doubt. Even those whom many had expected to be dismissed remained in place, continuing their work without interruption. The turning point came when Gregory publicly confirmed his commitment to reform in his first formal gathering with the cardinals. There, he reaffirmed policies designed to protect church property and limit abuses that had long plagued the institution. He also made it clear that he would not favour his own family at the expense of the church. This declaration carried weight, especially in a period when nepotism had often shaped papal decisions. At the same time, he introduced stricter oversight in religious life, reinforcing enclosure for convents and assigning the reform of key institutions to some of the most disciplined and respected cardinals of the age. Observers quickly realized that Gregory XIII was following the example of his predecessor more closely than expected. Whether this was entirely his own inclination or partly the result of pressure from reform-minded advisors remained a matter of debate. Influential figures around him, including respected theologians and preachers, played a role in maintaining the momentum of reform. Yet among all these influences, one stood above the rest: Charles Borromeo. The relationship between Gregory XIII and Borromeo was both personal and decisive. It had been Borromeo who had supported Boncompagni earlier in his career and helped elevate him within the church. More importantly, Borromeo had shaped his spiritual outlook during a crucial period of his life. The Pope held him in deep respect, almost reverence, and listened carefully to his advice. Even when Borromeo spoke with persistence or urgency, Gregory did not take offense. On the contrary, he valued such guidance, especially on matters concerning reform and discipline. Many of the early decisions of the new pontificate were influenced directly by Borromeo's counsel. This influence extended into the structure of the papal administration. Key appointments, including that of the Secretary of State, reflected Borromeo's recommendations. The man chosen for this role, Tolomeo Galli, was not of noble origin but had proven his ability through loyal and efficient service. Under Gregory XIII, he regained a position of great importance and stability, free from the interference of powerful relatives that had complicated the office in earlier times. The question of family influence, however, could not be avoided entirely. Like many popes before him, Gregory faced pressure to elevate his relatives. Under insistence from the cardinals, he granted the red hat to his nephew, Filippo Boncompagni. Yet this appointment did not translate into real political power. The young cardinal lacked both experience and authority, and his role was carefully limited. Key decisions remained firmly in the hands of the Pope and his trusted advisors. Financial support for him was modest, and for years he remained one of the least wealthy members of the Sacred College. A second relative, Filippo Guastaviani, was later elevated in similar fashion. This move was partly driven by tradition, as it was considered appropriate for a pope to have a close relative representing the dignity of the office in ceremonial matters. Yet here again, the practical influence of the new cardinal remained limited. Real authority continued to rest with experienced administrators like Galli. The most delicate situation involved Gregory's own son, Giacomo Boncompagni. Born before his father had entered the priesthood, Giacomo occupied a unique and sensitive position. The Pope clearly felt deep affection for him and granted him certain honours and responsibilities. He was given military commands and important titles, and his position at court was visible. Yet Gregory never allowed personal attachment to override his responsibilities. When Giacomo sought greater power, even aspiring to princely status or higher rank within the church, the Pope refused to support these ambitions. At times, this restraint led to tension. Giacomo attempted various ways to secure a more stable future, even withdrawing from public life in hopes of gaining his father's sympathy. Eventually, Gregory arranged a prestigious marriage for him, strengthening his social and financial position. But when Giacomo overstepped his authority, acting without permission in matters of justice, the Pope responded firmly. He rebuked him and imposed restrictions, even sending him away from Rome for a time. These actions made it clear that no personal relationship would be allowed to interfere with the order of the Church. Compared to the relatives of other popes, Giacomo's resources remained limited. Observers were often surprised by how little he received. Gregory XIII deliberately avoided the appearance of favoritism, preferring to preserve the dignity and independence of the papal office, even when he later provided Giacomo with lands and titles outside the papal states. He ensured that these grants did not compromise the authority of the Church or its administration. This same principle extended to the Pope's broader family. Even his own brother was kept at a distance. Requests to visit Rome were denied, and financial support remained modest. Such decisions were not without personal cost, but they reflected Gregory's determination to place duty above private ties. Beyond these political and administrative choices, Gregory XIII's personal life revealed the same discipline and restraint. His daily routine was marked by structure, simplicity, and constant labour. He rose before dawn, devoted the first hours of the day to prayer, and then moved directly into his responsibilities. Audiences filled the morning, often so numerous that they had to be limited. Meals were brief and modest, taken without indulgence, and followed immediately by further work. The afternoon and evening continued in much the same rhythm. Meetings with officials, cardinals, and ambassadors were followed by private prayer and the review of documents. Even late into the night, he remained engaged in reading petitions and making decisions. His life was governed by a strict sense of time, which he regarded as one of the most valuable resources entrusted to him. Despite this demanding schedule, he maintained his strength through moderation and movement. He ate little, drank sparingly, and avoided excess in all forms. Whenever possible, he sought fresh air and physical activity, often walking long distances or spending time outside the crowded spaces of the Vatican. His retreats to villas in the countryside, especially the residence at Mondragone near Frascati, became an important part of his routine. There, surrounded by open landscapes and clear air, he continued his work while restoring his health. Even in these quieter settings, he remained accessible. Visitors travelled long distances to seek audiences, knowing that the Pope might be easier to approach away from the formalities of Rome. Important matters of state were discussed and significant decisions were made, all within an environment that combined work with renewal. In the city itself, Gregory maintained a visible presence. He attended religious ceremonies regularly, visited churches, and fulfilled his duties with consistency. Observers noted his dignity, his composure, and the quiet seriousness that marked his character. Even in old age, he retained remarkable energy, riding through the streets and participating fully in public life. Gregory XIII's concern for the poor and the suffering was constant, whether he was in Rome or spending time in the countryside. His generosity was not occasional or symbolic. It was deeply rooted in his character and expressed through steady, practical action. Even while living simply himself, he gave freely and often in secret, preferring that his acts of charity remain unnoticed. This instinct for helping others had been shaped early in life and only grew stronger with time. Long before he became Pope, he had already shown a strong commitment to aiding those in need. During his years connected with the Great Council in Trent, he had distinguished himself by his compassion and willingness to assist others. Once he assumed the highest office in the Church, this generosity expanded dramatically. His guiding principle was simple, yet powerful. Charity was not merely a virtue, but a duty that had to be lived out constantly. Those around him later remarked that few leaders in the Church's history had matched his dedication to the poor. His support extended across a wide range of people and causes. He gave assistance to widows, orphans, and young women who lacked the means to marry. Clergy, scholars, and those who had converted to the faith also found help through his efforts. Educational institutions and charitable organizations benefited from his support, especially those created to provide financial relief to the needy. His giving was not limited to one group or region. It reached anyone he believed to be suffering or in need of support. He did not rely solely on reports from others. Early in his pontificate, he personally visited major hospitals in Rome to understand the conditions of the sick and poor firsthand. Afterward, he ensured that regular inspections would continue so that care would not decline over time. When crises arose beyond Rome, he responded quickly. During an outbreak of plague in Avignon, he sent aid without hesitation, providing both material and spiritual assistance. He also encouraged others to follow the same path. When newly appointed bishops came to him, he consistently urged them to practice active charity in their own dioceses. He reminded them that compassion was not only a moral obligation, but something that would be rewarded, both in this life and beyond. His concern extended to those captured in conflict, especially Christians held in captivity. Large sums were spent to secure their freedom, and he maintained ongoing efforts to support such missions. Particular attention was given to communities facing hardship because of their faith. Refugees, exiles, and those displaced by conflict or persecution received assistance from him. He believed that shared faith created a shared responsibility, and that no one should be abandoned in times of suffering. His correspondence reflected this belief, emphasizing the importance of standing with others in their misfortune. The scale of his charitable work was immense. Over the years, vast sums were distributed for relief, support, and social welfare. These efforts were not limited to visible or public initiatives. Many contributions were made quietly, without record or recognition, driven by personal conviction, rather than the desire for praise. Despite this generosity, his personal habits remained disciplined and restrained. He avoided luxury and maintained a simple lifestyle, ensuring that his own needs did not overshadow his responsibilities to others. This balance between personal austerity and public generosity defined his approach to leadership. Those who observed him closely noted that his character combined kindness with firmness. He had a calm and measured temperament, rarely showing anger and maintaining composure even in difficult situations. His decisions were shaped by careful thought and a deep understanding of both people and circumstances. His experience within the Church's administration allowed him to assess situations quickly and respond effectively. At times, his reserved nature gave the impression of severity. He spoke little, preferred clarity over elaboration, and avoided unnecessary discussion. Requests that lacked merit were dismissed directly, while those that deserved approval were granted without delay. His style was efficient and focused, reflecting both his legal training and his sense of responsibility. Yet, this outward firmness did not mean rigidity. He was capable of reconsidering decisions and adapting when necessary. First impressions could influence him, but he was equally willing to revise his views after reflection. This flexibility allowed him to balance principle with practicality. He also maintained a strong sense of independence. He listened to advice, but did not allow himself to be controlled by others. Even those closest to him understood that final decisions rested with him alone. He believed that a leader must remain impartial and avoid forming close personal alliances that might compromise judgment. This independence was evident in his governance. He reviewed reports personally, questioned officials directly, and involved himself in both major and minor matters. While trusted advisors handled daily administration, he remained fully informed and actively engaged in decision-making. His attention to detail and ability to organize complex systems contributed to the effectiveness of his leadership. One of his lasting contributions was the development of more structured administrative bodies to handle the growing demands of the Church. Specialized groups were formed to address specific issues, allowing for more focused discussion and more efficient decisions. These groups worked closely with him, but ultimate authority remained in his hands. He also strengthened diplomatic connections, recognizing the importance of accurate information and effective communication. Representatives were placed in key regions, not only to manage relations with political authorities, but also to oversee religious matters and support reform efforts. Their role became increasingly active, reflecting the changing needs of the time. Through these measures, he ensured that the Church could respond more effectively to challenges both within and beyond its borders. His approach combined organization, discipline, and a broad understanding of global developments. At the start of 1573, a major effort was launched to revive religious life across the territories of the Church. 7 respected bishops were chosen as apostolic visitors and sent into different dioceses with a very clear mission. They were told to act with patience, gentleness, and charity so that the people would understand that Rome was not coming as an enemy, but as a guide. Before making judgments, they were expected to learn everything carefully. Petty matters were not to distract them. Their attention was to remain fixed on the larger problems that affected the life of the Church: the authority of bishops, the reputation and conduct of the clergy, the proper use of church penalties and money, and the defence of ecclesiastical rights, wherever secular rulers tried to weaken them. Detailed rules were prepared for their work among bishops, cathedral chapters, parish churches, women's convents, and religious confraternities. They were also instructed to warn lay people firmly when needed. Above all, the visitors were to determine whether the reforms ordered by the Council of Trent were actually being carried out, and wherever they were not, to correct the situation with prudence and firmness. The seriousness of this campaign can be seen in the care with which it was organized. In Bologna, for example, the bishop appointed for the visitation concentrated on the city itself and then assigned separate delegates for the plains and the mountain districts, so that no part of the diocese would be neglected. Before long, these visitations were extended beyond the central territories of the papacy and spread across the rest of Italy. The surviving records from these inspections show just how determined Gregory XIII was to turn Tridentine reform into a living reality. These reports are extraordinarily valuable because they reveal the real condition of dioceses in remarkable detail. They speak not only about doctrine and discipline, but also about local economies, parish life, public morality, the quality of the clergy, and the practical methods used to renew the Church. In the early years alone, dioceses and religious houses across central and northern Italy were drawn into this movement, and year after year the circle widened. A strong supporter of this method was Charles Borromeo. When he came to Rome near the end of 1574, he strongly encouraged the Pope to continue sending apostolic visitors. He believed that an outsider could often see abuses more clearly than the local bishop, and as a representative of the Pope, he could handle matters that were too sensitive or too difficult for a diocesan bishop to address alone without provoking resentment. Borromeo even offered his own help in the regions connected with Milan, and Gregory accepted. In 1575, a new group of bishops received appointments as visitors, and letters were sent to the secular rulers of northern and central Italy, asking them to assist the work. Borromeo himself took up the task with characteristic energy, while others began visitations in Milan. He devoted himself to neighbouring dioceses, examining local conditions with painstaking attention. His work was interrupted by plague, but once the worst had passed, he resumed his efforts with even greater determination. In the troubled lands around Brescia, where Protestant influence had made conditions especially difficult, he spent years investigating abuses, correcting disorders, and trying to restore Catholic life. His persistence gradually produced results. At the same time, many other apostolic visitors were at work across Italy. From Tuscany to Lombardy, from the Venetian mainland to the far south, bishops moved through dioceses, monasteries, and religious communities, inspecting, correcting, and rebuilding. Yet not everywhere welcomed them. Venice, in particular, became the scene of fierce resistance. Borromeo had long warned that reform was urgently needed there, but the Republic was deeply suspicious of papal interference. Gregory tried to avoid unnecessary conflict by choosing men acceptable to Venetian opinion, including Venetian bishops themselves. But opposition rose almost immediately. Venetian leaders insisted that no outsider had any right to enter their religious houses, claiming that their own patriarch was fully capable of carrying out whatever reform was necessary. Beneath this argument lay a deeper issue. The Republic wished to keep firm control over ecclesiastical institutions, especially where property, hospitals, and charitable foundations were concerned. It refused to provide information about revenues and resisted any inquiry that might weaken state supervision. The dispute became so bitter that the language used by Venetian officials turned openly hostile. Yet Gregory did not yield. The papal representative then in Venice had already weakened the papal position by making concessions, and he was replaced by a new nuncio who received strict orders. The question of visitation was one of the Pope's highest priorities. The new envoy proceeded carefully. He built relations with influential churchmen, avoided unnecessary provocations, and at first limited the scope of the visitation to clergy and male religious communities, leaving the most sensitive areas aside for the moment. This patient approach eventually produced a compromise. A Venetian bishop would conduct the visitation, and certain subjects that most alarmed the Republic would temporarily remain untouched. Once this arrangement was accepted, the process moved forward with far less resistance. In time, the results were so clearly beneficial that even many of those who had first opposed the whole undertaking were forced to admit its value. Gregory's concern for reform did not stop at Italy. He also tried to extend the benefits of visitation to Catholic lands beyond the Alps. Political realities blocked some of these efforts, especially in territories where larger powers controlled the situation. But in other regions, the work advanced. Trusted bishops were given wide authority, not only as papal envoys, but also as visitors, and similar reforms were pursued in Switzerland, Poland, and Spain. One experienced churchman, after years of labour in German-speaking lands, even composed a practical guide explaining how to gather accurate information on the true condition of dioceses. This reveals an important point. The reform movement was no longer improvised. It had become methodical, disciplined, and increasingly self-aware. The results were significant. The apostolic visitations ordered under Gregory XIII helped spread a more serious ecclesiastical spirit through the clergy. In many places, priests began to show greater devotion, stronger pastoral commitment, and a deeper sense of sacrifice. The Pope's achievement lay not only in issuing commands, but also in inspiring bishops to embrace the work wholeheartedly. Some of them wore themselves out in the process. One bishop was said to have died because he had exhausted his strength in carrying out visitations. Elsewhere, archbishops and coadjutor bishops personally undertook the task in their own dioceses. In Bologna, Cardinal Paleotto visited even the most remote mountain districts. In Naples and many other places, church leaders pushed reform with the same seriousness. A number of bishops also became known not only as reformers, but as fathers of the poor. Some stripped themselves of nearly all they possessed in order to relieve suffering. Others founded institutions for the sick who were ashamed to beg, ensuring that they could receive doctors, surgeons, and medicine without cost. The work of visitation was reinforced by provincial and diocesan synods, which helped secure and deepen the changes already begun. Among the churchmen who showed special zeal in this field, Charles Borromeo stood out above all. During the last 10 years of his life, his activity expanded until it reached far beyond Milan and affected the wider Catholic world. His role can hardly be overstated. The Council of Trent had drawn the great lines of reform, but it could not regulate every detail of church life. Borromeo became one of the men who translated those principles into practical rules. Through synods, instructions, visitations, schools, seminaries, and constant supervision, he turned theory into discipline and discipline into lived experience. In this sense, his work served as a living continuation of the council itself. No bishop of his age held so many synods. The Council of Trent had ordered that archbishops gather their suffragan bishops regularly in provincial synods, and that diocesan synods also be held. Borromeo followed this rule as closely as circumstances allowed. Over the years he convened repeated assemblies in Milan, and he also gathered diocesan synods, with striking regularity. The importance of these meetings was immense. Their decrees did not simply repeat the council. They took the broad principles of reform and developed them into precise, workable norms suited to everyday church life. For this reason, Borromeo came to be regarded as a teacher of bishops. Church leaders across Europe asked for copies of his decrees. They spread quickly from place to place, and many bishops used them as models for their own legislation. The collection, eventually known as the Acts of the Church of Milan, became one of the most influential ecclesiastical texts of the age. It dealt with almost every aspect of church life: feast days and fasting, indulgences and charitable foundations, preaching and the sacraments, church revenues and administration, ecclesiastical courts, episcopal offices, records, and statistics. In short, it offered a complete guide to the ordering of a diocese. Later, generations treated it with extraordinary respect. Bishops found in it a practical handbook for governance, and many later synods borrowed from it heavily. In some places, the very thoroughness of Borromeo's legislation was one reason local synods were held less often, because his norms already provided direction for nearly every problem that might arise. For Borromeo himself, however, synods were never mere legal exercises. He saw them as moments of spiritual renewal. Before they opened, prayer and sacramental preparation were urged upon the people. While they lasted, sermons were preached, public prayer was intensified, and clergy were drawn into spiritual exercises. Reform, in his mind, had to begin with conversion of heart. Borromeo's greatness did not lie in legislation alone. He also embodied the ideal bishop envisioned by the post-Tridentine Church. The Council had placed enormous responsibility on bishops for the restoration of Catholic life, and in Borromeo the Church saw a man who demonstrated how that responsibility could actually be fulfilled. What could appear dry or severe in written decrees became vivid and compelling in his example. He showed that reform was not a theory but a way of life. Yet the task before him was immense. The Archdiocese of Milan was enormous, stretching across political frontiers and including mountains, plains, cities, villages, monasteries, and frontier territories. It contained thousands of churches, hundreds of parishes, countless clergy, and a population that reached well into the hundreds of thousands. Added to this was the wider ecclesiastical province under Milan's influence, which covered a vast region of northern Italy. The problems were equally vast. Ignorance was widespread among clergy and laity alike. Some priests barely knew the words they needed for the sacraments. Some laypeople did not even know the basic prayers of Christianity. Churches were often treated with little reverence. In some places they were used for worldly purposes, and even religious houses could fall into disorder. Ecclesiastical courts and church discipline had weakened badly, especially in border regions. Yet Borromeo never lost confidence. He believed completely that the Church, because it was founded by Christ, possessed within itself the power for renewal. Prayer, hard work, sacrifice, and personal holiness formed the basis of all his action. This explains the severity of his own life. His careful choice of collaborators, and his unwavering concentration on the duties of his own office. He gave up other honours and responsibilities so that he could devote himself entirely to Milan and to the dioceses linked with it. Even when wider opportunities were offered to him, he refused anything that might distract him from the work entrusted to him. His methods were practical and far-reaching. He sought to awaken the clergy not only through punishment, but through instruction, encouragement, and constant supervision. He divided Milan and the countryside into districts, and placed trusted priests over each section. Through them, the Archbishop's intentions reached even the smallest parishes. Meetings were held regularly so that experiences could be shared and better methods discussed. Parish priests were brought together to examine difficult cases of conscience and improve their knowledge. In this way, reform became organised and continuous rather than occasional or improvised. He was especially determined to form a new generation of priests. Even before he was able to reside fully in Milan, he had already worked to establish a seminary in accordance with Tridentine principles. Once that foundation existed, he went further. He created additional institutions for different needs: seminaries for rural clergy, houses for older candidates who needed a shorter course of study, schools that focused on elementary grammar, training centres for youths from mountain regions whose upbringing required a different environment, and institutions meant to serve frontier areas near Switzerland. He also worked hard to create a college for Swiss students, so that both Italian-speaking and German-speaking Catholics from the region could be trained as strong and faithful priests. Not every plan succeeded, but enough did to show the scale of his vision. His concern for education extended well beyond the clergy. In Milan, there already existed Sunday schools devoted to Christian instruction for children and uneducated adults, and Borromeo supported them with great energy. These schools taught the basic truths of the faith, but they also helped children learn to read, since elementary literacy and catechetical instruction were often closely connected. Borromeo considered them one of the most fruitful institutions in his whole diocese. Alongside these efforts, he founded colleges for students and nobles, promoted higher learning, supported the Jesuits and Theatines, built houses for religious communities, and established institutions for the poor, vulnerable women, and those in danger of falling into misery. He also organised a community of secular priests dedicated to service under disciplined spiritual rules, and helped guide the reform of other religious groups. Even these achievements do not fully measure the extent of his labour. His correspondence alone reveals the astonishing range of his influence. Letters reached him from every level of society and from across Europe. Rulers, bishops, priests, religious, scholars, local pastors, and ordinary people all turned to him. Messages came from cities and villages, from the Alps and the plains, from the great courts of Europe, and from distant Catholic outposts. This flood of communication was not ignored or left to others. It was directed under his personal supervision. Anyone who looks at the scale of this work is forced to wonder how one man could carry it. The answer lies partly in the extraordinary discipline of his life. He slept little, worked constantly, and subjected himself to such rigorous habits that those around him felt he had gained an almost complete mastery over his body and his time. The fruits of his work in Milan were remarkable. Many priests who had once lived in ignorance or confusion came to understand their calling more clearly through his example and instruction. Structures were put in place to keep that renewal alive. At the same time, the wider atmosphere of the age helped him. The Council of Trent had already marked the beginning of a new era. Under strong popes and in the presence of reforming bishops, many people felt that the time had come to break decisively with old failures and live in a new way. Even during his own lifetime, Borromeo was widely regarded as a holy man. Crowds sought to see him, and many already treated him as a saint before the Church officially did so later. His example also mattered for another reason. Bishops, after the Council of Trent, increasingly had to deal with the growing power of the modern state. Secular governments were beginning to draw more and more authority into their own hands, including rights that earlier generations had regarded as belonging naturally to the family or to the Church. For bishops, this created a constant tension. They wished to live peacefully, with lawful rulers, but they also had to defend the freedom of the Church without making her position worse through needless conflict. In this struggle, Borromeo became a lasting model. He fought for ecclesiastical rights with exceptional courage, and he did so under conditions in which even some of his friends thought the battle was already lost. That was one of his greatest achievements. Not only that he reformed his diocese, but that he showed how a bishop could stand firm, remain faithful, and still reshape the religious life of an entire age. During the later years of the 16th century, tensions between ecclesiastical authority and secular power in Milan reached a dramatic peak. A striking example of this conflict unfolded under the rule of a Spanish governor whose actions increasingly clashed with the authority of the archbishop. The situation escalated when the governor asserted control over Arona, a town closely tied to the archbishop's family. He went further by surrounding the archbishop's residence with armed forces and intercepting private correspondence. These actions were seen as a direct violation of ecclesiastical independence. In response, the archbishop took a bold and unprecedented step. He publicly excommunicated the governor. The consequences were immediate and powerful. The social fabric of Milan shifted almost overnight. Members of the nobility refused to accompany the governor in public. Ordinary citizens withheld customary signs of respect. Foreign diplomats distanced themselves from him entirely. The act of excommunication did not remain a symbolic gesture. It reshaped the political and social reality of the city. The crisis resolved itself only when the governor received a new appointment abroad and departed from Milan. His exit brought temporary relief, but the underlying tensions had already deepened. His successor proved even more confrontational. From the very beginning, relations deteriorated rapidly. The new governor openly challenged the authority of the archbishop, treating him with visible disrespect and making it clear that royal interests would take precedence over church regulations. He actively worked to undermine the reforms being introduced, attempting to discredit the archbishop both locally and in distant courts. One of the most revealing clashes occurred over the observance of Lent. When the archbishop sought to restore traditional practices, the governor deliberately organized public festivities that contradicted the spirit of the season. Even when participation in these events was discouraged under threat of spiritual penalties, the governor continued to promote them, creating an atmosphere of defiance. Efforts were also made to turn public opinion against the archbishop. Workers were summoned and pressured to oppose his authority. Reports critical of his actions were sent to influential centres of power. Eventually, officials in Milan were compelled to send representatives to Rome to lodge formal complaints. Many of the accusations, however, were rooted in resistance to moral discipline. The archbishop was criticised for restricting public dances that often led to violence, for limiting entertainment during religious periods, and for preventing the misuse of sacred spaces. These measures, though intended to restore order and reverence, were portrayed as excessive interference. As the campaign against him intensified, even powerful rulers began to express frustration. There were suggestions that he should be removed from his position altogether. Defending himself, the archbishop emphasized that his actions were not arbitrary, but grounded in long-standing traditions and principles of the Church. Despite this, doubts began to emerge, even among supporters of reform. Some questioned whether his strict approach was practical in a changing political environment. Others feared that his actions might provoke unnecessary conflict with powerful authorities. Criticism grew more visible when voices within the Church itself began to express reservations. Public sermons hinted at disagreement with his policies. In Rome, constant complaints gradually shaped a more cautious attitude toward his work. His initiatives, once admired, now faced increasing scrutiny. At the same time, resistance within his own diocese intensified. Both clergy and lay people began to challenge his authority more openly. Some used perceived hesitation from Rome as justification for ignoring his directives. Social disorder began to reappear, undoing years of reform. Reports described a surge in violence and moral decline, highlighting how fragile the progress had been. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, it became clear that only direct intervention could resolve the crisis. The archbishop decided to travel to Rome and present his case in person. What followed surprised many. Instead of facing rejection, he was received with overwhelming respect. Crowds gathered to welcome him even before he entered the city. Influential figures who had previously distanced themselves now sought his presence. The Pope himself extended a warm reception and invited him into close discussion. In Rome, the archbishop defended his actions with clarity and conviction. His policies were reviewed, debated, and ultimately reaffirmed. Measures that had been heavily criticized were reinstated with official support. His Reform Council received approval, strengthening his authority against future opposition. The outcome marked a decisive turning point. The narrative that he had lost support collapsed completely. Even attempts by his opponents to renew accusations failed to gain traction. Upon his return to Milan, the reality became unmistakable. The population welcomed him with genuine enthusiasm, contradicting claims that he had been widely disliked. When reforms were reintroduced, many embraced them willingly, demonstrating that earlier resistance had not reflected the true spirit of the people. Yet opposition did not disappear entirely. The governor continued to provoke tensions, organizing events that disrupted religious life. Still, his actions now appeared increasingly isolated. Support from Rome became more explicit. Official declarations confirmed the legitimacy of the archbishop's work and encouraged him to continue defending ecclesiastical authority. Shortly afterward, the death of the governor removed a major source of conflict. Seeking lasting stability, the archbishop ensured that his position was clearly understood at the highest political level. Through careful diplomacy, he secured a more favourable relationship with the ruling powers. Subsequent governors adopted a more cooperative approach, allowing both civil and religious authorities to function in harmony. Amid these struggles, another defining moment emerged. a devastating outbreak of plague. During this crisis, the archbishop's character became fully visible. He devoted himself entirely to the care of the sick, risking his own life to provide aid and comfort. His actions left a lasting impression, demonstrating that his leadership extended far beyond discipline and governance. With renewed stability, he turned his attention to regions threatened by religious confusion and moral disorder. In remote areas, he confronted ignorance, superstition, and the spread of opposing beliefs. His efforts aimed to strengthen faith and prevent further division. Even as his health declined, he continued his work with unwavering determination. A growing awareness of his approaching end led him to focus more deeply on spiritual reflection. Retreating for periods of intense prayer, he prepared himself quietly, while still fulfilling his responsibilities. In the final weeks of his life, illness overtook him. Despite this, he continued to carry out his duties for as long as possible. Eventually, his strength failed, and he passed away peacefully. The reaction to his death was profound. His absence was felt not only as the loss of a leader, but as the disappearance of a guiding light. His legacy endured through the structures he built, the reforms he established, and the example he set. Gregory XIII showed remarkable generosity toward the Theatines, and his support for them can be traced through the many privileges and favours he extended to their houses in places such as Rimini, Milan, Cremona, Padua, Genoa, Naples, and Capua. In Rome, he also contributed a large sum to help complete their church of San Silvestro al Quirinale. Not long before his death, he also lived to see the beginning of a Theatine house at Mantua. His care for religious institutions was not limited to them alone. In 1582, he entrusted the ancient church on the Tiber island, dedicated to St. John Calabita, to the Brothers of Mercy, better known as the Fate Bene Fratelli. Their nearby hospital already enjoyed a strong reputation, and the Pope strengthened it further with a major financial gift. His attention also reached newer clerical communities that were being formed to answer the pastoral needs of the age. In Milan, Charles Borromeo had founded the Oblates of St. Ambrose, a body of secular priests who gave themselves to their bishop for spiritual labour. Gregory XIII also approved the Clerks Regular of the Mother of God, established at Lucca by Giovanni Leonardi for a similar purpose. Yet Gregory's role in religious life was not simply that of a patron who gave money and recognition. He also acted as an organizer and judge whenever older orders fell into disorder or newer movements needed structure. He was deeply concerned with discipline, reform, and the prevention of conflict inside the religious world. This became especially clear in the Franciscan family. Among the observant Franciscans there had emerged a stricter current, known as the Alcantarines. They lived with greater austerity than many of the other observants, yet all remained under the same superior. Such a situation inevitably led to tension. Rival habits of life produced rivalry of spirit, and disputes became constant. Gregory ordered that both sides present their case before the congregation responsible for bishops and regulars. After hearing the matter, he decided in favour of the stricter reformers, speaking of them with great approval and forbidding others to obstruct them or transfer them into less severe houses. At the same time, he did not allow the group to become fully independent. They were to remain a distinct branch within the larger Franciscan structure and continue under the common general. In a similar way, Gregory supplemented earlier legislation concerning reformed Franciscan houses and tried to give clearer shape to their legal standing. His sympathy for reform was perhaps even stronger when it came to the Capuchins. During his pontificate, they were spreading rapidly through Italy and had become known for the energy of their preaching, their popular missions, and their closeness to ordinary people. Gregory XIII held them in unmistakably high esteem. Numerous documents issued during his reign granted them privileges, protections, and material help. Their work among the people impressed him deeply, and nothing seems to have shaken his affection for them. When critics among the cardinals pointed out weaknesses and failings within the order, Gregory answered with a striking image. "The greater and nobler an order is," he said in substance, "the more exposed it will be to danger. The sea itself throws back whatever does not belong to it." In that brief reply, he showed both realism and confidence. He did not deny that problems existed, but he refused to judge the whole body by its worst elements. One of his most important decisions came in 1574, when he revoked the older restriction that had confined the Capuchins to Italy. By doing so, he opened the way for their expansion beyond the peninsula, and gave firm legal support to foundations already attempted in France, especially at Meudon and Paris. Influential churchmen and rulers had encouraged this development, and Charles Borromeo also helped the cause by writing in support of the Capuchins to sovereigns and papal representatives. Soon, the order moved into further regions. A convent at Barcelona marked their entrance into Spain, and at Gregory's express desire, they later entered Switzerland as well. Their arrival in Switzerland was especially significant. Just as in Italy, these friars became known as genuine men of the people. Their constitutions had by then been settled and printed, giving their life a stable form. In the valleys and mountain districts of Switzerland, they gradually established themselves through hardship, humility, and service. They worked not only as preachers and confessors, but also as comforters of the sick and helpers of the poor. Their first house at Altdorf was followed by others in Lucerne, Stans, Schwyz, Appenzell, Soleure, Baden, Frauenfeld, and Zug. Their success rested less on wealth or influence than on sacrifice, mobility, and their capacity to reach forgotten populations. At the same time, Gregory's period also saw renewed life in the Basilian tradition, the monastic form associated with Eastern Christians in communion with Rome. In the East, many Basilian monasteries had suffered under difficult conditions and some had disappeared. Yet in Spain, a monastery dedicated to Saint Mary of Oviedo had adopted the rule of Saint Basil and had already been linked with the Italian Basilians. When a fixed monastic rule was later required for all monks, 2 more Spanish houses chose the Basilian rule as well. Gregory XIII gathered these monasteries into a Spanish province, but kept them under the authority of the Basilian superior in Italy. The election of this superior was later confirmed by the Pope, and at the same time the constitutions of the Basilians were reorganized. For Greek monastic tradition, this kind of union into a single congregation was something relatively unfamiliar, and it represented a new attempt to give unity and discipline to scattered communities. Gregory also promoted the reform of religious life outside Italy through his nuncios. In Germany and Poland, he supported efforts to restore discipline and order, while in Bohemia, the decayed state of monasteries led to a visitation arranged with imperial backing. In Dalmatia, a hermit order dedicated to St. Paul, the first hermit, became the object of zealous reform. These scattered actions reveal a consistent pattern. Gregory XIII did not view monastic reform as a local or secondary matter. He regarded it as essential to the life of the Church, and he used papal diplomacy, visitation, and legal decrees to push it forward in different lands. Spain presented one of the most difficult fields. Earlier efforts at reform there had already been vigorous, but under Gregory XIII, the papal nuncio Niccolo Ormanetto resumed the work with determination. His intervention stirred resistance almost immediately. Complaints poured into Rome, and delegations came to denounce his methods. Gregory, however, continued to trust him, though he advised caution so that the religious would not be driven into deeper resentment. One of Ormanetto's greatest obstacles was simple ignorance. reliable information about the true condition of the monasteries was hard to obtain. Seeking a way around this, he encouraged the use of Jesuits to gather information discreetly about other religious orders. The king approved the idea and selected Gonzalo Melendez, rector of the Jesuit College at Madrid, to inspect Andalusia. Jesuit superiors tried to avoid the mission, sensing the danger, but pressure was applied and the work went forward. The results were disastrous. As soon as the religious understood the purpose of the visitation, anger erupted. The Jesuits came to be seen as newcomers, presuming to correct ancient and honoured orders. Complaints multiplied, tensions rose sharply, and stories circulated of large gatherings of monks discussing reprisals. The outcry became so intense that the Jesuit general intervened and insisted that his men should not be used in such a role without explicit papal direction. Gregory ultimately settled the issue in line with that view, but by then the harm had already been done. Melendez completed his tour, yet the hostility he encountered forced him out of Spain, and he later died at Naples. Ormanetto defended his decision by appealing to the king's wishes and to the urgent need for accurate information. Even so, resentment against the Jesuits had been deeply inflamed, and that resentment helps explain some of the tensions that appeared in later years. Not all of Ormanetto's reform efforts met such resistance. His work among the pre-Monstratensians in Spain proved more successful. At their chapters, he intervened personally and introduced practical measures that reshaped the order. Small houses with too few members were suppressed. The burden of caring for nuns was removed from them. The office of abbot was placed in more experienced hands, and proper novitiates were established. These changes strengthened the order internally, and afterward, both the Pope and the King expressed satisfaction with its condition. Even more important than these administrative reforms was Ormanetto's role in supporting a much greater spiritual renewal already underway in Spain: the transformation of the Carmelite order through Teresa of Jesus. Gregory XIII's age is inseparable from her story. Teresa, born Teresa de Ahumada in Avila in 1515, would become one of the most luminous personalities in the history of the Church. She died at Alba de Tormes on the very day the Gregorian calendar came into force in October 1582. In relation to religious life, two achievements of Gregory XIII stand above many others: his approval of Teresa's reform and his approval of the congregation founded by Philip Neri. Teresa's greatness cannot be reduced to one field alone. She was at once a writer, reformer, founder, mystic, organizer, and woman of extraordinary practical intelligence. Her works included an autobiography, an account of her foundations, many letters, poems, and spiritual treatises. She often wrote quickly in the middle of exhausting responsibilities, sometimes without even rereading what she had written. Yet the freshness, force, and grace of her style gave her a place among the great prose writers of Spain. In mystical theology, she reached a level that few before her had approached. She described inner prayer and the stages of spiritual growth with such clarity and depth that later writers often did little more than develop what she had already stated. Alongside her friend and disciple John of the Cross, she became one of the great teachers of the interior life. Her mind combined penetrating judgment with calmness, realism, and unusual self-knowledge. She understood law, human nature, daily needs, and the small practical details of life. These intellectual gifts were matched by the nobility of her character. Her life and writings reveal a soul deeply pure, easily moved by lofty moral and religious truths, yet strong enough to embrace sacrifice with joy. She faced hardship with courage, endured suffering with patience, and displayed a firmness often associated with the strongest men, while also retaining warmth and gentleness and a remarkable delicacy of spirit. She knew how to be frank without becoming harsh, and obedient without losing clarity. That balance can be seen in many moments of her life. She could dissuade an important benefactress from forcing an unsuitable novice upon her convent. She could write to the general of her order in a tone that combined respectful submission with honest criticism. When she returned to the convent of the Incarnation at Avila as its new superior, despite the resentment of many nuns, she won them over almost immediately through tact and intelligence. Again and again she showed a gift for finding the right word in difficult situations. The roots of this greatness could already be seen in childhood. In Avila, among its stern stone buildings and mountain air, she grew up under impressions that marked her for life. As a child, she and her brother read stories of the saints and martyrs and were captivated by the thought of eternal joy. The cry of forever stirred them so deeply that they set out, in childish innocence, hoping to reach Muslim lands and win martyrdom. When they were brought back, they built little hermitages for themselves and practiced prayer. After her mother's early death, however, other influences entered. Romances of chivalry and contact with worldly relatives awakened vanity and a desire to please. Yet her natural nobility protected her from serious moral collapse. At the Augustinian convent where her father sent her for education, the religious impressions of childhood revived. Even so, her final decision to embrace a religious life came only after inner struggle. And when she finally spoke to her father, she knew that her own sense of honour would never allow her to retreat. From 1535 onward, Teresa belonged to the Carmelite convent of the Incarnation at Avila. There she found joy in religious exercises, but her early years in the convent were marked by sickness, trial, and inner conflict. During a serious illness, she came so close to death that her grave was prepared. Even after recovering, she remained for a long time physically shattered and in constant pain. Later, when she regained strength, deeper spiritual struggles began. The convent was only loosely enclosed, and because its revenues were poor and its number of nuns very large, contact with outsiders was common. Teresa, cheerful and attractive in manner, was often called to the parlours and found herself enjoying worldly conversation. Her soul was divided. God drew her toward deeper prayer, but the world still retained a hold on her affections. Her father's death shook her. She returned to mental prayer, though only by forcing herself with extraordinary effort. Later, she recognized her own condition in the pages of Augustine, whose account of hesitation between God and the world seemed to describe her exactly. An image of Christ after the scourging also deeply affected her and helped detach her heart from earthly attachment. From that point, a new period began. She entered into the profound interior experiences that would later make her famous. Teresa described moments in which she felt entirely possessed by the presence of God, unable to doubt that he dwelt within her and that her soul was immersed in him. What followed included visions, locutions, and states of prayer in which she believed herself brought into direct contact with Christ and heavenly realities. She insisted, however, that these visions were not bodily sights. They belonged to the intellect and imagination, not to the physical eyes. They brought immense sweetness and strength, so much so that a single hour of such grace seemed to repay years of labour in prayer. Yet Teresa never made these experiences the centre of holiness. Again and again she said that love of God does not consist in tears or sweet feelings, but in humility, truth, determination, and faithful service. She even prayed at first that God would lead her by another path. These graces also caused her great suffering. She feared deception, especially from the devil, and at times those around her suspected the same. Jesuits who directed her early in this period gave her important reassurance, and Peter of Alcantara also brought her great peace. Still, she passed through terrible trials in which every memory of spiritual sweetness seemed to vanish, leaving only darkness and anguish. Ecstasy itself could feel like a kind of death. Her descriptions of these states carried unusual authority because she wrote with extreme sincerity and practical sanity. She warned against confusing imagination with revelation and cautioned that excessive fasting or lack of sleep could produce states mistaken for ecstasy. She recommended food, sleep, and moderation when needed. Those who met her were often surprised to find not an ethereal visionary, cut off from ordinary life, but a woman of sound judgment who ate, slept, spoke, and governed like anyone else. Her letters show constant attention to everyday matters, family concerns, illnesses, household arrangements, and the smallest practical needs. This sobriety gave weight to her spiritual testimony. She believed firmly that her experiences came from God because of their effects. They filled her with contempt for earthly vanities, courage for great undertakings, and a love of truth. They also prepared her for the work that would define the rest of her life, the reform of the Carmelites. Earlier efforts at Carmelite renewal had already appeared in different regions, but they often remained local and sometimes caused division within the order. This history made many leaders suspicious of new reform attempts. Teresa therefore faced not only difficulty, but an inheritance of mistrust. The decisive impulse came after a terrifying interior vision of hell. The impression it left on her was overwhelming. It filled her with gratitude for God's mercy, compassion for sinners, and a burning desire to live in such a way that she might obtain grace for others, especially for souls endangered by heresy and unbelief. She resolved first to observe the Carmelite rule more faithfully. Then, encouraged by visions, friends, and spiritual advisors, she moved toward founding a new house of strict observance. Permission was first granted, then withdrawn, and she found herself treated as a dreamer. Even her confessor ordered her to stop. But a decree obtained through high ecclesiastical channels eventually cleared the way, and in 1562 the little convent of St. Joseph at Avila was founded. This first house immediately met fierce resistance. Civic authorities wanted it suppressed, and Teresa herself was recalled to her old convent. The fact that she intended the house to live without fixed income caused special alarm. Yet papal and ecclesiastical approval protected the foundation, and with the help of learned defenders she overcame the opposition. There, in St. Joseph's, she spent some of the happiest years of her life. The rule was observed in full rigour, but the convent was not built on austerity alone. Teresa wanted its hidden life of prayer and sacrifice to serve the wider church, especially priests, missionaries, and the conversion of souls. Her encounter with a missionary recently returned from overseas widened this apostolic vision even further. Soon after, the Carmelite general Giovanni Battista Rossi visited Spain as part of broader reform efforts. When he saw St. Joseph's at Avila, he rejoiced at the recovery of ancient Carmelite simplicity and granted Teresa authority to found more houses. Hardly had he departed before another thought took hold of her. If the reformed convents of women were to flourish, there must also be reformed houses of men to support them. From that conviction came the beginning of the disculsed Carmelites. At Medina del Campo, Teresa met Antonio de Heredia, and through him the young Juan de Yepes, later known as John of the Cross. Born into poverty and shaped by hardship, John had known humiliation, labour, and want from childhood. He had been educated by the Jesuits while serving in a hospital and had entered the Carmelite order with a desire for severe observance. Teresa persuaded him not to leave for a stricter order, but to pursue holiness within Carmel itself. With him she found the essential collaborator for the reform of the friars. In a poor and remote house at Duruelo, two men began in 1568 the life of the discalced Carmelites. From then on, Teresa's activity widened astonishingly. Her mystical life continued, but it was now joined to ceaseless outward labour. With limited money, frail health, and immense obstacles, she crossed Spain, founding convent after convent. Sometimes she was helped by nobles, sometimes by merchants, sometimes by unexpected gifts. She negotiated with bishops, city councils, benefactors, and superiors. She endured delays, opposition, misunderstandings, and exhaustion. Yet between 1567 and 1582, she established a remarkable number of houses for women, while the reform among the friars also spread. This expansion, however, brought new conflict. The reform of the friars advanced with the support of visitors appointed in Spain, especially through the actions of Pedro Hernandez, and later others who favoured the new movement. Teresa herself was appointed prioress of the Incarnation at Avila, a sign of the respect she had gained, and the reform among the friars also spread into new houses. Yet these advances went beyond what the Carmelite general had originally intended. Older members of the order, already worried by the loss of fervent men to the reform, saw in this growth a threat to unity and authority. Tension sharpened. Legal rights, provincial boundaries, visitation powers, and rival loyalties all became entangled. When the general of the order secured a papal brief limiting the powers of the Spanish visitors, the struggle entered a new phase. The reform nevertheless found a powerful ally in the papal Nuncio Ormanetto, who restored authority to one visitor and then associated with him, Jerome Gracian, one of the most energetic defenders of Teresa's cause. Gracian was young, talented, and full of zeal, and Teresa quickly recognized his value. But his rise also intensified hostility. To many, it seemed intolerable that a representative of a new and still controversial reform should exercise authority over an ancient order. From this point onward, the conflict surrounding the Carmelite reform would become sharper, more public, and more difficult. Even so, the larger reality remained unmistakable. Gregory XIII's age was one of deep religious reorganization, and in that world, Teresa of Jesus stood as one of its most powerful spiritual forces. Gregory did not create her reform, but he gave it the legal room to survive. He governed at a time when new congregations were rising, old orders were being corrected, and the Church was seeking both discipline and renewal after a century of crisis. In that effort, his support for the Theatines, the Capuchins, the Basilians, and many other communities formed one side of his legacy. The other side was his recognition of living holiness, where it appeared with undeniable force. In Teresa's reform, as in the wider Catholic renewal of the age, his pontificate helped shape institutions that would endure long after the struggles of his own lifetime had passed. As the Carmelite leadership prepared to gather in Piacenza, a decisive shift was already underway. Earlier that year, a papal authorization granted the head of the order sweeping authority to intervene wherever discipline was being challenged. While it called for a return to authentic observance, it also empowered action against communities that had developed independently of central control. When the assembly met during Pentecost in 1575, its intentions became unmistakably clear. The newly established reformed houses outside Castile were ordered to be dissolved. Their members were instructed to abandon those foundations and return immediately to their original convents. A visitor was sent to Spain with the explicit goal of enforcing these decisions, and his mission was not merely administrative. It aimed directly at dismantling the reform movement. Interestingly, the decrees remained silent regarding the communities of nuns. Yet their impact was still deeply felt. Around the same time, Teresa was instructed to choose a single convent for permanent residence and was forbidden from leaving it. The restriction extended to all reformed Carmelite nuns. effectively halting the expansion of the movement. She settled in Toledo, and for several years her work as a founder came to a complete standstill. Despite these measures, the situation on the ground proved far more complex. Earlier papal delegations still held authority, and their presence limited the effectiveness of the visitor sent to impose the new decrees. Meanwhile, support for the reform remained strong in influential circles. As long as key allies were active, the movement not only survived, but continued to strengthen quietly. Yet tension within the order was growing. One of the central weaknesses of the reform became increasingly apparent. It lacked independence. The reformed communities were still governed by leaders who did not share their vision. This created instability and the constant risk of reversal. Teresa recognized this clearly and began pushing for structural autonomy. She argued that the reform could only endure if it had its own leadership, and she identified a capable figure to take on that role. Efforts to advance this vision led to bold and controversial actions. New authority was granted to reform leaders, even over unreformed communities. This move triggered fierce resistance. When attempts were made to enforce changes, opposition quickly escalated. Complaints were sent to Rome, questioning both the legitimacy and the qualifications of those leading the reform. At the same time, regional authorities within the order introduced new policies designed to weaken the distinction between the two groups. Members of both sides were ordered to live together, despite their different practices. If implemented fully, this would have gradually erased the reform altogether. The response from the reformed communities was immediate. They organized their own assembly and introduced a unified set of internal regulations. These were carefully shaped to reflect their spiritual vision and to eliminate inconsistencies between different houses. Although developed by one of their leaders, these guidelines were deeply influenced by Teresa's direction. Even in isolation, her influence remained powerful. From her convent, she maintained constant communication through letters. She encouraged perseverance, corrected excesses, and coordinated strategy across the movement. The volume of correspondence was immense, often pushing her physical limits. She also understood that the struggle would ultimately be decided in Rome. If only one side presented its case, the outcome would be inevitable. She urged her companions to act quickly and send representatives to defend their position. But delays proved costly. A turning point came with the death of a key supporter. His replacement viewed the reform with suspicion and hostility. Under the new leadership, restrictions intensified. Reform leaders were removed from their positions. New foundations were prohibited, and authority was handed back to those opposed to the movement. The pressure escalated further. Communities that supported the reform faced severe penalties. Even respected figures were imprisoned. What had once seemed a promising renewal now appeared on the brink of collapse. At the same time, internal disagreements added to the crisis. Questions arose about authority and legitimacy. Legal opinions were divided, and confusion spread. In a controversial move, reform leaders declared independence on their own initiative, establishing separate governance and attempting to formalize their position. However, this action only provoked stronger opposition and failed to achieve recognition. For a moment, everything seemed lost. Then, unexpectedly, the situation changed. Influence from powerful allies, including the monarchy, began to shift the balance. Gradually, attitudes softened. Decisions were reconsidered. A new directive emerged that protected the reform from external control and granted it provisional autonomy. Encouraged by this development, representatives were finally sent to Rome to secure official recognition. Their journey was cautious and discreet. They operated quietly, aware of the delicate political environment. When the matter reached the highest level of review, Debate was intense. Alternative solutions were proposed, including compromise arrangements that would preserve unity while sharing leadership. At first, these ideas seemed likely to prevail, but persistent advocacy and strategic intervention changed the outcome. In the end, the decision aligned with the original vision of the reform. In 1580, formal approval was granted. The Reformed Carmelites were officially recognized as a separate province with their own leadership and structure. What had once been fragile and uncertain was now firmly established. By the following year, the new organization was fully operational. Its leadership was confirmed, its regulations defined, and its identity secured. The movement had grown significantly, with hundreds of members and numerous communities. For Teresa, this marked the completion of her life's work. Though she continued to found new convents, the essential struggle had already been won. Her vision extended beyond structure and discipline. At its core was a deeper ideal, the union of contemplation and action. She believed that spiritual life should not withdraw from the world entirely, but should strengthen engagement with it. Prayer and service were not opposing paths, but complementary ones. This principle became the defining characteristic of the Reform. Even enclosed communities saw their mission as connected to the wider world, offering their spiritual efforts for the good of others. Among the friars, this spirit inspired preaching, teaching, and even missionary work far beyond Europe. Yet the future would bring new tensions. After her death, leadership passed into different hands. A new direction emphasized stricter enclosure and reduced external activity. Missionary efforts were scaled back, and the order took on a more contemplative focus, particularly within Spain. Ironically, the broader vision she had championed would flourish elsewhere. New foundations outside Spain carried forward her original ideals, blending deep interior life with active engagement. From these centres, the Reform gained renewed influence and lasting significance. Philip Neri understood that his work could not depend on one life alone. If the spiritual energy he had awakened in Rome was to endure, it needed a body of priests who could carry it forward after him. Yet his humility held him back for many years. He did not set out with the ambition of founding a formal institution, and for a long time he resisted anything that looked like personal authority. Even so, circumstances gradually pushed him toward that role. By the late 1550s, several priests at San Girolamo already regarded him as their real guide. This circle widened further in the early 1560s, when a group of priests living in community and serving the Church of San Giovanni dei Fiorentini asked that Philip be placed over them. Papal instruction made it impossible for him to refuse. Some of his closest followers were sent there, including Cesare Baronius, newly ordained at the time. For years these priests remained closely tied to Philip, returning regularly for the exercises of the oratory and for his spiritual direction, until a separate oratory was eventually built for them at their own church. Life among Philip's disciples was marked by simplicity, discipline, and cheerful humility. At San Giovanni, they took turns serving in the kitchen, each one accepting ordinary household work as part of the common life. It was in this setting that Baronius, embracing the task with joy, left behind the playful inscription declaring himself the kitchen's perpetual cook. Such details were not trivial in Philip's world. They revealed the spirit he wanted to form in others, a spirit that combined humility with gladness and devotion with a willingness to accept the smallest duties without complaint. What mattered to him was never outer status, but the reshaping of the heart. As the number of priests around him grew, Philip still did not think in terms of founding a congregation. He was content to guide souls, preach, hear confessions, and let things develop naturally. But an unpleasant episode forced the question upon him. One priest, who had been received into the house at San Giovanni, Philip was later dismissed because he proved unfit for the life there. In anger, the man spread slanders against Philip and his followers so effectively that the Florentine community in Rome was nearly driven to remove him from the church altogether. The incident made one truth impossible to ignore. As long as Philip and his companions had no church and house that truly belonged to them, their work rested on unstable ground. Under the pressure of his disciples, Philip finally agreed to accept one of the churches that had been offered to him. The final choice was made in favour of Santa Maria in Vallicella. That decision changed everything. In the summer of 1575, the church and its revenues were formally granted to Philip and his companions. This act became the legal beginning of the Congregation of the Oratory. Rather than repair the small and dilapidated church already standing there, Philip chose to replace it entirely. A larger and more beautiful building rose in its place. The church, later known everywhere as the Chiesa Nuova. The new foundation slowly took material shape. By the beginning of 1578, the community already numbered several dozen priests and lay brothers. Some of Philip's closest disciples moved there early, but Philip himself delayed taking up residence. Only in the early 1580s, and then at papal urging, did he finally settle in the new house. True to character, he selected the poorest and least comfortable rooms for himself. The community he shaped was unlike the great religious orders of the age. Philip did not want it turned into a conventional order, and it never became one. Its members took no vows. They remained secular priests, kept ownership of their property, and contributed freely to the common life in a spirit modelled on the earliest Christian communities. Anyone who wished could leave. The bond that held them together was not legal compulsion, but charity. That charity was expected to be so real and so strong that it would produce the same practical obedience and self-discipline that other communities sought through vows. There was no superior general ruling a worldwide structure. Each oratory remained independent, governing itself and electing its own superior. Philip himself later came to be recognized as the common father of the Roman house. But even then, the institution preserved its distinctive freedom and flexibility. Its customs were not fully written down during his lifetime. They would only be fixed more formally after his death. Philip had never planned for the oratory to spread widely, yet its spirit proved attractive enough to take root elsewhere. An early attempt to establish it in Milan failed because Philip and Charles Borromeo differed over how the new foundation should function. Borromeo wanted tighter episcopal control and hoped to use the oratorians in ways Philip did not approve, particularly in visitations and clerical examinations. Philip, therefore, withdrew them. Even so, the expansion he had not sought gradually came. New oratories appeared in several Italian cities and eventually beyond Italy as well. The movement spread not by grand design, but because the form of life Philip had created answered a real need. Its combination of prayer, fraternity, freedom, and practical pastoral work had lasting power. Although Philip had once renounced the world of learning and literary ambition for the sake of God, his influence upon scholarship became profound. The evening meetings of the oratory included talks on religious subjects, and since not all the speakers were trained theologians, attention often turned to the lives of the saints and the history of the Church. Philip deliberately encouraged this. He ordered the young Baronius, still a layman at the time, to speak each evening on church history. Baronius would have preferred more directly devotional subjects, but Philip insisted and held him firmly to that path. Over the course of many years, Baronius reviewed the entire sweep of ecclesiastical history, again and again, until the field became second nature to him. What began as obedience in the oratory became preparation for one of the great historical projects of the age. Philip had grasped something important before many others did. The great Protestant historical works of the period were trying to use the past as a weapon, presenting the history of the Church as a story of corruption and decline from original Christianity. He saw that such a challenge could not be answered merely with scattered polemics. It required a vast and serious work of history in return. He therefore pressed Baronius into the labour of composing a full church history that would meet that challenge on equal ground. The task was enormous, and Baronius resisted it with real distress, doubting his own strength. Philip did not yield. He urged, pushed, corrected, and compelled him to continue. Later, Baronius would publicly declare that the true inspiration and direction of his great historical work belonged above all to Philip. He regarded himself as the instrument, but Philip as the mind that had seen the danger, conceived the answer, and formed the hand that would carry it out. Philip's influence on Christian scholarship extended beyond history into archaeology and the study of sacred antiquity. The same love for the early church that marked his spirituality also shaped the interests of his followers. His reverence for the martyrs, for the catacombs, and for the memory of ancient Christian Rome left a deep impression on the men around him. Through disciples connected to his circle, important early work on the catacombs was preserved and published. In this way, the spirit of the oratory helped open new paths in the rediscovery of Christian Rome. Philip also founded the library at the Vallicella, one of the earliest libraries in the city to serve a wider public. His legacy in this field was not that of a scholar seeking fame, but of a spiritual father whose instinct led learning back toward the life of the church. Music, too, was transformed by the world he created. Philip loved music because he saw in it a way of lifting the soul toward God. He gladly included sacred singing in the meetings of the oratory and attracted gifted musicians to serve this purpose. Giovanni Animuccia, an important composer and master of music, wrote collections of spiritual songs, especially for these gatherings. These pieces were marked by a simplicity suited to devotion and to a broad audience. As the oratory's meetings grew more popular and drew people from many walks of life, the music used then naturally tended toward clarity and immediacy. In this setting, sacred music began to move away from the densely woven style of earlier polyphony and toward forms that gave more space to melody, expression, and intelligibility. Out of that environment there emerged something even more significant. The devotional performances associated with the oratory helped prepare the way for a new kind of sacred musical drama. At first, these gatherings used hymns and lyrical songs, but gradually biblical narratives and sacred stories began to be shaped musically in a more extended and dramatic form. That development would later lead to what became known as the oratorio, a genre that joined sacred narrative with musical meditation. It was not born from Philip's deliberate artistic program, but from the living devotional culture he had fostered. The very name of the form came from the place in which such works were first performed. In that sense, Philip's humble prayer meetings ended up contributing to one of the great developments in Western sacred music. By the time the congregation of the oratory had taken shape, Philip himself had entered the serene final period of a life marked by hardship, struggle, and extraordinary fruitfulness. His earlier years in Rome had not been easy. He had faced suspicion, hostility, and attempts to drive him from the very places where he served. There were moments when he seriously wondered whether he should leave Rome altogether and devote himself to missionary work abroad. Under a suspicious papal regime, he had even been forbidden for a time to hear confessions or lead his public pilgrimages. Yet all of that lay behind him now. The years of sowing had given way to the years of harvest. Popes esteemed him. Cardinals sought him out. Great men of the church showed him honour. But he never ceased to live in the same simplicity as before. His influence reached through every layer of Roman society. Cardinals, noble families, founders of religious communities, future saints, and ordinary people all came under his direction. Roman aristocratic households trusted him deeply. Men and women of rank saw in him not a courtly figure, but a father of souls. Others, who would later be recognized for holiness, found in him either a friend, a guide, or a companion in the work of reform. His authority did not rest on softness alone. He was warm and lovable, but never indulgent in a shallow sense. With beginners, he was gentle and demanded only what was necessary. With those who had truly given themselves to his guidance, he could be exacting. He wanted not gloomy severity, but deep interior conversion. He cared less for dramatic outward mortifications than for the death of pride, obstinacy, vanity, and self-will. That is why some of his actions could seem startling. He sometimes used deliberate gestures that shattered dignity and self-importance, both in himself and in others. What looked strange on the surface had a spiritual purpose. He was attacking that hidden hunger for esteem that poisons religious life. He believed that a person who could not bear the loss of worldly honour for the sake of Christ would never advance far in the spiritual life. Beneath the humour and unpredictability there was a coherent method, one aimed at freedom from pride. Philip's sanctity was full of joy, but it was not sentimental. It asked for real surrender. Until the end of his life, the reverence people felt for him only increased. Even those who had known him most closely for many years did not outgrow their admiration. If anything, intimacy revealed his greatness more clearly. Baronius, Tarugi, future popes, cardinals, and countless penitents found that prolonged contact with Philip did not diminish his stature. His final years were spent entirely for others. Old age did not narrow his world. He remained, even into his 80s, one of the great spiritual forces of Rome. His reach extended from the papal court to the streets of the city. He belonged at once to the highest and the lowest, to scholars and labourers, to nobles and children. Yet, in his own eyes, he remained a sinner who had done nothing worthy of praise. On his deathbed, he regretted only that people had thought too highly of him. When the Eucharist was brought to him, he spoke with deep humility and insisted that he was unworthy. This self-understanding was not theatrical. It belonged to the centre of his life. The man so widely honoured never ceased to judge himself before God, with simplicity and fear. That humility explains much about the extraordinary purity of his influence. He never tried to dominate the church by violence of temperament or by dramatic denunciation. He did not present himself as a prophet of destruction, nor as a rebel against corruption. He answered the crisis of his age not with thunder, but with holiness. That is what makes Philip Neri stand apart. In a century filled with reformers of every kind, he offered a very different model. He loved the early church with intensity, but he did not use antiquity as a weapon against the living church. He did not dream of tearing institutions apart in the name of purity. What he wanted was to recover the spirit of the first Christians through humility, sacrifice, charity, and burning love for God. He did not reform by storm. He reformed by attraction. He did not despise the priesthood because some priests were sinful. He held the priesthood in such awe that he counted himself unworthy of it. When treated unjustly by ecclesiastical authority, he did not answer with revolt, but with obedience. His strength was not the force that breaks, it was the force that heals. Through gentleness, joy, patience, and supernatural charity, Philip gradually transformed the religious life of Rome. What began among the poor, the neglected, and the spiritually hungry expanded almost without design into something that touched the whole church. Popes respected him. Scholars and artists owed much to him. Great families trusted him. Ordinary Romans loved him. He gave up everything for God, and in return his work bore fruit beyond anything he had sought. In the memory of his contemporaries and in the judgment of later generations, he remained an almost flawless figure, not because he lacked humanity, but because every part of that humanity had been illuminated by grace. The arrival of pilgrims from San Genesio was not a quiet or ordinary event. It unfolded as a powerful and deeply symbolic procession, welcomed by one of Rome's most renowned confraternities, the Gonfaloni. What followed was not merely a march, but a vivid expression of faith, discipline, and religious imagination. At the very front walked penitents, moving slowly behind a large crucifix. They practiced acts of self-discipline as they went, a striking reminder of devotion and sacrifice. Behind them came members of various confraternities dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the Holy Trinity, and the Blessed Sacrament. All were barefoot. Ashes covered their heads. Their garments, white, black, and blue, created a somber yet unified image. The procession then transformed into something almost theatrical. Figures from sacred history appeared one after another, each carefully dressed and carrying symbolic objects. The Archangel Michael stood in shining armor, holding both sword and scales. Adam and Eve followed, marked by the fruit that defined their story. Noah carried the ark, while Abraham bore the knife of sacrifice and Isaac the wood. More figures emerged, each representing a moment from ancient scripture. Jacob appeared with a ladder, Moses with the tablets of the law, Aaron with a censer. Warriors, prophets, and kings followed, Joshua, Gideon, Samson, David, each bringing their own symbols of struggle and faith. Job appeared covered in wounds. Judith carried the head of her enemy. Jeremiah walked in solemn robes. Then came the New Testament. Children represented the innocents lost under Herod. John the Baptist walked with a simple cross, proclaiming the coming of the Lamb of God. The four evangelists followed, holding their books, accompanied by the great teachers of the Church, Gregory, Jerome, Ambrose, and Augustine. At the end of the procession came its most striking feature, a moving structure symbolizing the triumph of the Church. It appeared almost alive as it advanced. Designed like Noah's Ark, it was covered with images and allegories. At its highest point stood the figure of the Pope, holding an orb and offering a blessing. Around him were personifications of virtues, prudence, justice, and charity, each reinforcing the message of moral authority and spiritual order. The imagery extended further. Scenes depicted moments of reconciliation and leadership from earlier centuries. Above all, a message was carried forward: the enduring strength of the Church through time, guided by its leaders, and sustained by faith. This kind of symbolic display was not unique. Similar scenes appeared in other processions, including those organized for children. Groups from different cities brought their own interpretations, blending devotion with creativity. Some were especially noted for their sincerity and for correcting earlier impressions of religious division. In many of these events, the presence of nobility stood out. Members of elite families joined alongside ordinary citizens, all participating with visible devotion. At the same time, another procession told a very different story: the poor, the sick, the blind, and the disabled, moving together in quiet dignity. Their presence stirred compassion throughout the city. Pilgrims from distant lands added to the atmosphere. Some were remembered for their remarkable devotion. Others included artists, writers, and figures of culture who came to witness the sacred spaces of Rome. To guide their journey, many carried detailed maps showing the major churches of the city. These illustrations presented each sacred site in sequence, often depicting pilgrims kneeling in reverence before them. The experience was both spiritual and visual, carefully structured yet deeply personal. Visitors were often overwhelmed, not only by the grandeur of Rome's churches and relics, but by the sheer number of religious communities active within the city. Monks, friars, and priests from many different traditions could be seen everywhere. Alongside them stood lay confraternities, each identified by distinct colours and roles. Some wore black, others white, red, blue, yellow, or green. Each group had its own purpose, yet all contributed to a shared religious life that felt vibrant and fully alive. During major celebrations, thousands of members from these groups would gather, forming an extraordinary display of unity and discipline. Their presence reflected a society deeply shaped by religious identity and communal responsibility. Behind all of this stood strong organisation and leadership. Pilgrims were cared for with remarkable efficiency. Food, shelter, and guidance were provided on a massive scale, yet without visible disorder. The system worked smoothly, even under the pressure of immense crowds. At the same time, spiritual care was given equal importance. Churches remained open late into the night. Confessors were always available. Preachers spoke with intensity, addressing both moral struggles and the hope of renewal. Their words echoed through the city, calling people toward reflection and change. The results were visible. Many sought forgiveness. Others turned away from harmful ways of life. Acts of generosity increased. People gave not only money, but time and effort. Some hosted pilgrims in their homes. Others served them directly, even performing humble tasks with sincerity. One institution became especially important in this effort: a confraternity dedicated to welcoming pilgrims without distinction. It received thousands of people, sometimes in a single day, yet maintained order and care throughout. Its success depended not only on organisation, but on widespread support from both leaders and ordinary citizens. This spirit of charity extended across the city. Wealthy individuals contributed generously. Noble families took part personally in acts of service. Women from prominent households cared for female pilgrims, offering assistance with humility and dedication. The atmosphere created by these efforts was widely admired. Observers described it as both moving and inspiring, a city where faith was not only preached, but practiced in daily life. Even during times of hardship, this spirit endured. While disease affected other regions, Rome remained largely untouched. Many saw this as a sign of protection, though it was also the result of careful management and collective discipline. On December 12, 1583, a consistory gathered in Rome. Once the ordinary matters had been settled and the cardinals were preparing to leave, Pope Gregory XIII spoke in a grave and deliberate tone. He told them that, although his health remained strong and he had every reason to expect more years of life, he had learned that some ambitious members of the Sacred College were already engaging in the usual manoeuvring over the choice of the next pope. Such behaviour, he warned, carried serious ecclesiastical penalties. Even so, he chose to pardon those involved one more time. But he also made it clear that he would act at once to prevent any further intrigue. Without advanced discussion and without inviting debate, he announced that he had decided on a major new creation of cardinals, so that the new appointees could appear publicly during the approaching Christmas celebrations. He then read out a list of 19 names, including Giovanni Antonio Facchinetti, Gian Battista Castagna, Alessandro de' Medici, Rodrigo de Castro, François de Joyeuse, Michele della Torre, Giulio Canani, Niccolò Sfondrati, Antonio Maria Salviati, Agostino Valiero, Vincenzo Laureo, Filippo Spinola, Alberto Bolognetti, Giorgio Radziwiłł, Matteo Contarelli, Simone Tagliavia d'Aragona, Scipione Lancellotti, Charles de Bourbon-Vendôme, and Francesco Sforza di Santa Fiora. The announcement shocked the Sacred College. many of the cardinals were not only surprised, but openly irritated by the Pope's decision to proceed without consulting them beforehand. The first and strongest protest came from Cardinal Farnese, who spoke as Dean of the College. He said that filling the vacant places was reasonable and even necessary, and he himself had urged that this should be done. Yet he argued that, out of respect for the chief senate of the Church and in keeping with long-established custom, the cardinals should have been informed beforehand so that each might offer an opinion. Gregory answered directly that he had avoided prior notice, precisely to spare everyone long and exhausting arguments. Farnese acknowledged the Pope's full authority to act as he wished, but still insisted that the traditional practice had been ignored. Gregory made only one concession. Since several cardinals had been absent through illness, he agreed that their supplementary votes might later be gathered. Even then, however, he did not alter his nominations. The tension did not end there. Cardinals Santori and Gambara, both closely connected with the Inquisition, raised objections to two of the nominees, Radziwiłł and Bourbon, on the grounds of their family background. Gregory brushed the criticism aside. He said plainly that he already knew their circumstances and that both men were distinguished in every respect. Others tried to press the claims of different candidates, among them Fabio Mirto Frangipani. But the Pope gave no more than a polite assurance that he would remember such names in future. After about an hour, the meeting came to an end. In the end, despite the resentment it caused, the consistory had changed the balance of the Sacred College in a decisive way. The choice of these new cardinals had been shaped by many different motives, and naturally it drew sharp criticism in the Roman Curia. Of the foreigners, the Spanish candidates, Rodrigo de Castro and Tagliavia d'Aragona, were promoted in accordance with the wishes of Philip II. François de Joyeuse was elevated in response to the interests of Henry III of France, though the French king had hoped for a different choice than Bourbon. Matteo Contarelli, though French by birth, was rewarded chiefly for the administrative services he had rendered in Rome. The Emperor Rudolph II had supported Spinola. The inclusion of Radziwiłł was widely seen as justified, both because of the wishes of King Stephen Bathory and because of Radziwiłł's own role in strengthening Catholicism. Among the Italians, Gregory was careful to distribute honours across the peninsula, rather than concentrate them too heavily in any one region. He also avoided the common accusation that a pope favoured too many men from his own homeland. Several of these appointments would later prove especially significant. 4 of the men named that day eventually became popes. Facchinetti became Innocent IX, Castagna became Urban VII, Medici became Leo XI, and Sfondrati became Gregory XIV. Aside from Francesco Sforza, whose advancement was widely linked to his relationship with the Boncompagni family, most of the rest were generally recognised as capable and worthy men. Not long after this great creation, another promotion followed when Andrew Bathory received the Red Hat on July 4th. Then, in quick succession, the Sacred College was struck by the loss of several important figures. Zaccaria Delfino died in December 1583. Luigi Cornaro followed in May 1584. Then Claude de la Baume in June, Charles Borromeo in November, and Giovanni Commendone in December of the same year. Among these deaths, the loss of Borromeo weighed most heavily. He was only 46, yet his death was felt as a severe blow not only to Milan, but also to Gregory XIII and to the wider Church. The Pope was deeply moved. He ordered that full reports should be prepared on Borromeo's charitable work and his reforms, because he wanted those efforts to continue in the same spirit. Gregory XIII's wider religious policy helps explain why he reacted with such seriousness to questions of reform and succession. He believed that the renewal of Catholic life depended above all on education, discipline, and the formation of a blameless clergy. For that reason, he showed exceptional favour to the Society of Jesus. In his eyes, the Jesuits had already proved their value in teaching, preaching, missionary work, and the moral strengthening of the Church. He restored privileges that had been altered under an earlier pontificate and confirmed the society in its special character. After the death of Francis Borgia, the Jesuits elected Everard Mercurian as Superior General, and later Claudio Acquaviva. Under both men, the order continued to enjoy the Pope's active support. Gregory issued fresh confirmations, protected Jesuit customs, and strengthened their legal position. He also poured resources into their houses and colleges, to such an extent that irritation toward the order began to spread not only among Protestants, who already hated it, but even among some Catholics, who saw the society gaining too much favour. Yet Gregory was unmoved by complaints. He believed the Jesuit colleges served the deepest aims of the Catholic revival. His letters to nuncios, bishops, princes, and cathedral chapters show how constantly he acted on their behalf. In many regions, especially in Germany and Switzerland, the order received a stronger footing because of direct papal support. The same pattern repeated itself elsewhere. In Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, the Low Countries, Poland, Transylvania, and even in distant mission lands such as Japan, Gregory backed Jesuit foundations with money, privileges, and public encouragement. He helped raise their institutions at places like Wilna and Pont-à-Mousson, and he consistently treated education as one of the central battles of the age. Nowhere is his vision seen more clearly than in the revival of the German College in Rome. The original purpose of that institution had been to train learned and upright priests for the defence and restoration of the faith in the German lands. Over time, however, its direction had shifted, and its financial footing had become uncertain. Some even suggested that the college, at least in its earlier form, should be abandoned. Gregory XIII chose the opposite course, persuaded especially by Cardinal Otto Truchsess, and reinforced in his decision by experienced observers such as Peter Canisius. He resolved not merely to preserve the German college, but to rebuild it on a larger and firmer foundation. Plans were laid in 1573 to expand the number of students dramatically. Soon afterward, the college was re-established, with a substantial annual revenue, new housing, and the experienced direction of the Jesuits. It was intended for 100 students drawn from across Germany and neighbouring northern lands, and it was equipped to teach languages, philosophy, theology, and canon law. It received privileges that placed it under direct papal protection and gave it rights comparable to those of the Roman University. Gregory personally took an active role in its development. He visited the establishment, provided the funds for its expenses, and later gave it further buildings and endowments that secured a lasting income. Very quickly, the college flourished. Students came from almost every diocese in Germany. Its internal discipline, its religious formation, its academic standards, and even its cultivation of sacred music made it a model that others admired. It was increasingly seen as a pattern for seminaries elsewhere. Gregory's support of the German college became so important that he was later regarded as its second founder. Without waiting for meaningful help from the princes of Germany, he had assumed the burden himself, convinced that this was one of the surest ways to sustain Catholic life in lands under pressure from religious division. The success of the German college encouraged Gregory to take similar steps for other nations. A Hungarian college was first conceived separately, then permanently united with the German institution. New laws gave this combined German-Hungarian college a stable framework regulating admissions, discipline, studies, spiritual life, and administration in great detail. Students were drawn from specific regions that most needed trained clergy, and the structure of their education was carefully planned so they could return as priests prepared to defend and restore the faith. One distinctive feature of the college was the solemn obligation imposed on students to accept ordination, to return home when called, and to devote themselves to ecclesiastical service rather than secular ambition. England, where persecution made local seminaries nearly impossible, demanded a different answer. Gregory already supported the English seminary at Douai with large annual subsidies, but he wanted more. So he founded an English college in Rome, gave it an income, attached further revenues to it, and placed it under papal protection. Though internal disputes later troubled the college and conflicts emerged between different groups of students and their superiors, its long-term importance was immense. Those educated there were prepared not for comfort, but for danger. Many would return to England knowing that prison, torture, and execution were real possibilities. The formation they received in Rome was shaped by that reality, and the college became one of the great training grounds of the English Catholic resistance. Gregory's concern for education did not stop with these famous institutions. In Germany itself, he encouraged the growth of seminaries attached to Jesuit houses in Vienna, Prague, Graz, Olomouc, Braunsberg, Fulda, and Dillingen. The same idea guided his support for seminaries in Italy, including important help given to Naples and Venice, as well as to institutions for Dalmatia and Illyria. In Milan, at the request of Charles Borromeo, he founded the Swiss College to strengthen Catholic life in the Swiss regions connected with the Milanese Church. The same broad vision reached still farther east. A Greek college was founded in Rome to educate clergy and laymen of the Greek rite and to assist both the preservation of Eastern Catholics and hopes for reunion with the Orthodox world. Gregory endowed it generously, gave it buildings, supported its worship according to the Greek rite, and followed its progress closely. He also established colleges for Maronites and Armenians, and a house in Rome for converts from Judaism and Islam. All of this led naturally to one of his greatest achievements, the transformation of the Roman college itself. Gregory came to see that the many national colleges he had supported still depended on a central institution in Rome for instruction and intellectual formation. The Roman college, however, was burdened by debt and inadequate buildings. Once the need was pressed on him, Gregory decided to act decisively. He cleared its debts, endowed it more securely, and began the construction of an immense new building designed on a scale worthy of its universal mission. When he blessed the new structure in person, the event was treated not merely as an architectural undertaking, but as a statement of Catholic purpose. This was to be a centre of higher learning for the Church at large, not just for the city of Rome. It was meant to serve many nations and to train generations of theologians, pastors, scholars, and missionaries. The Roman college quickly justified such expectations. It educated not only Jesuits, but also students from the German-Hungarian College, the English College, the Roman Seminary, and other institutions. Its professors included some of the most important scholars of the age. Its lectures drew large audiences, and from its teaching emerged major theological works that shaped Catholic thought for generations. In time, it formed popes, cardinals, bishops, missionaries, and saints. Gregory's role in all this was so central that he came to be honoured as the second founder of the institution. The scale of his support was admired by many contemporaries, though it also drew criticism from those who resented the use of ecclesiastical revenues for education or distrusted the influence of the Jesuits. That criticism could be intense. Some in the Curia complained that too much money was being poured into colleges, that some of the buildings were too grand, or that church benefices were being diverted in questionable ways. Gregory ignored these attacks. He believed that reviving the clergy through disciplined education was one of the surest ways to restore the church. One defender of his policy argued powerfully that colleges were the spiritual equivalent of charitable institutions, where hospitals and similar works relieved bodily suffering. Seminaries and colleges protected souls and preserved the faith. This defense also answered the charge that the Jesuits had been favored too much. Their enemies might resent them, but their results spoke for themselves. In regions shaken by religious upheaval, graduates of these colleges were often among the strongest defenders of Catholicism. In some lands, they preserved what remained of the old faith. In others, they brought back many who had drifted away. Gregory XIII never abandoned this vision. Even late in life, he was still planning new colleges and seminaries, including projects for Luxembourg, Bologna, Ireland, and the peoples of the Balkans. He saw education not as a secondary matter, but as one of the decisive fronts on which the future of the Church would be fought. That is why he supported these institutions with such persistence, and why he treated them with something like paternal affection. He visited them, endowed them, defended them, and expanded them. To his critics, this seemed excessive. To Gregory, it was necessary. In his mind, no investment yielded more lasting results than the formation of learned, disciplined, and loyal clergy. Buildings might rise and fall, political alliances might fail, and money given for temporary causes might disappear. But what was spent on the training of souls, he believed, could not be lost. In that conviction lay one of the clearest and most enduring features of his pontificate. Gregory XIII was not simply a ruler of the Church. He was also a man of learning, a pope who carried a scholar's habits into old age and continued to value study, even while bearing the full weight of his office. He believed that the renewal of Catholic life could not be separated from the renewal of knowledge. In his view, learning was not an ornament of religion, but one of its strongest defences. If the Church was to recover its authority, dignity, and cultural force, then scholars, teachers, historians, linguists, and editors had to be supported with the same seriousness as bishops and administrators. For that reason, he became one of the great patrons of intellectual life in the late 16th century. Though his personal training inclined him especially toward law, his protection reached far beyond legal studies. He encouraged work in theology, history, classical scholarship, biblical studies, medicine, philosophy, mathematics, languages, liturgy, and antiquarian research. In matters of scholarship, he frequently listened to trusted advisors, especially men such as Cardinal Spoleto, Antonio Carafa, and Contarelli, whose judgment helped shape his choices. Around him gathered a remarkable circle of learned men, and his generosity extended across a wide range of disciplines. Italian scholars benefited in great numbers, but his patronage was never limited to Italy alone. He saw the Catholic world as a single intellectual field, and he tried to strengthen it wherever talent appeared. Many of the finest minds of the age found in Gregory XIII a supporter ready to reward merit with office, income, or direct financial assistance. Some received church benefices, others pensions, others commissions that allowed them to continue their research. His circle included major historians, philologists, mathematicians, editors, canonists, physicians, and men of letters. He valued both traditional scholarship and more specialized branches of inquiry. Among those close to him was Andrea Mercati, a friend of Philip Neri, whom the Pope entrusted with the foundation of a natural science collection in the Vatican. This was a striking sign of Gregory's curiosity, for it showed that his patronage was not confined to strictly devotional subjects. At the same time, he extended his favour to scholars from across Europe. Distinguished French, Spanish, Portuguese, German, English, Scottish, and Netherlandish figures all came within the orbit of his support. He protected renowned exegetes and theologians, among them Juan Maldonado, whose enemies he defended against with sharp determination. Gregory summoned him to Rome for work connected with the new edition of the Septuagint, making clear that scholarly service to Scripture belonged to the highest priorities of the papal court. Other celebrated thinkers, including Martin Azpilcueta and Pedro de Fonseca, enjoyed his esteem, as did pious interpreters of Scripture from the religious orders. The Pope was not merely honouring famous names, he was actively gathering intellectual resources for a wider Catholic revival. His ambitions in scholarship were especially visible in his treatment of history. In the autumn of 1578, he called the humanist and historian Carlo Sigonio to Rome. Sigonio already had a strong reputation for serious historical work and a disciplined respect for evidence. Gregory wanted him to undertake a truthful history of the Church, a project tied to the broader Catholic response against Protestant historical attacks. This desire reveals something essential about Gregory's mind. He did not see history as a decorative subject for educated conversation. He regarded it as a battlefield. The struggle over the past had become part of the struggle over doctrine, legitimacy, and memory. Protestant writers had launched vast narratives designed to present the papacy as corruption added onto original Christianity. Catholic scholars, therefore, needed not only piety and loyalty, but mastery of sources. Sigonio was one answer to that need. But another, perhaps even more important, had already been chosen through the influence of Philip Neri. That man was Cesare Baronius. While Sigonio was being drawn into historical work, Baronius was patiently building the foundations of a far larger project. With access to manuscripts and encouragement from powerful churchmen, he was preparing the work that would become one of the monumental achievements of Catholic historiography. Gregory supported him, and Baronius himself wrote of revising and perfecting his ecclesiastical history with papal favour and the help of God. The result would not appear before Gregory's death, yet the Pope had already played a decisive role in making it possible. At almost the same moment that Baronius was deepening his historical research, Rome witnessed an event that electrified scholars, clergy, and ordinary citizens alike. In the summer of 1578, labourers digging near the Via Salaria uncovered part of the buried world of early Christian Rome. This was no ordinary archaeological find. Beneath the earth lay a hidden landscape of passageways, tombs, chambers, inscriptions, and painted walls, preserved from centuries when the memory of such places had nearly vanished. The catacombs had once been known to pilgrims, but over time many had been forgotten, blocked, or filled with debris. Medieval devotion had preserved only fragments of this underground past. Renaissance humanists, despite their passion for classical antiquity, had shown little real interest in Christian cemeteries. They searched eagerly for pagan marbles and inscriptions, yet these burial places of the early church remained largely neglected. By the later 16th century, however, the climate had changed. The Catholic renewal had awakened new interest in the martyrs, in the primitive church, and in the visible traces of Christian antiquity. Philip Neri had already turned devotional attention toward the catacombs. Scholars engaged in controversy with Protestant writers were increasingly aware that the material remains of early Christianity could offer powerful support to Catholic claims. The moment was ready, and the discovery struck Rome with extraordinary force. Gregory XIII immediately grasped the importance of what had been found. At first, the site was thought to be connected with Saint Priscilla, and the Pope sent leading figures to inspect it carefully, including the Cardinal Vicar, the Jesuit superior, and the great scholar Marc-Antoine Muret. News spread quickly through the city. Crowds rushed to the place despite the summer heat. Barricades were broken down as Romans of every rank tried to see the newly opened cemetery. Cardinals, prelates, scholars, and common people mixed together in a shared atmosphere of excitement and reverence. What they encountered seemed to many like a buried Christian city. There were narrow corridors branching in every direction, multiple levels of tombs cut into the walls, chambers that looked like small chapels, fragments of sarcophagi, and inscriptions marked by a simplicity that moved visitors deeply. Frescoes appeared on the walls, showing images such as the Good Shepherd, Daniel among the lions, Moses striking the rock, the 3 children in the furnace, and figures identified as saints. To Catholic observers, these images seem to provide visible proof that the beliefs and devotional practices attacked by religious reformers had ancient roots. The underground cemeteries were no longer only tombs. They had become witnesses. Their silence appeared to speak in favour of the continuity of the Church. Not everyone reacted with reverence. Among the critics was an English observer tied to the interests of Elizabethan England, who mocked the enthusiasm of the Romans and sneered at what he saw as their eagerness to discover martyrs in every grave. Yet such hostility only highlights the importance of the discovery. Men understood immediately that these remains had apologetic force. For Baronius in particular, the catacombs were of immense value. He wrote about them with admiration and saw in them a concrete confirmation of ancient Christian testimony. What earlier generations had known only through texts could now be seen directly in the earth beneath Rome. The old descriptions of Christian burial, devotion, and communal life were no longer distant reports. The underground cemeteries gave them physical presence. Baronius himself could not devote all his energy to their detailed exploration since he was already absorbed in other major tasks. But others took up the work. Among the first were foreign scholars such as Alfonso Chacon and Philippe de Winge, along with Jean Lheureux. They mapped passages, copied images, and extended their investigations beyond the first cemetery to other catacombs, including those of St. Priscilla. De Winge even prepared explanations of the paintings, though his early death was a heavy loss for a field of study that was only beginning to emerge. Soon afterward, Antonio Bosio would continue the work on a far larger scale and earn lasting fame as one of the pioneers of catacomb research. By then, the first cemetery had been closed again, probably to prevent disorder and misuse, though steps were taken to preserve inscriptions and relics. Even so, the discovery had already transformed Christian archaeology and deepened Catholic historical consciousness. The Pope's support for learning was not limited to scholars gathered at Rome. He also strengthened universities and schools, understanding that institutions were as important as individuals. Bologna, where he had once taught, held a special place in his memory. As Pope, he worked to improve its university by appointing distinguished teachers and by trying to draw students back, including Germans whose attendance had declined. He also supported the Gregorian College there, which became one of the signs of his lasting favour toward the city. Perugia likewise benefited from his attention. Elsewhere, his concern was guided not only by academic interest, but by confessional urgency. Universities such as Louvain, Besançon, and Würzburg mattered because they stood in regions where the defence of Catholic teaching required strong intellectual centres. Gregory understood that a university could serve as a fortress, no less than a classroom. In Rome itself, he expanded the Sapienza and increased the number of professors. Legal scholars, philosophers, Greek specialists, physicians, and men trained in other disciplines found opportunities there under his rule. One of the most celebrated names associated with the Roman university in this period was Marc-Antoine Muret, among the finest Latin stylists of the age. He had taught in Rome for years, moving through philosophy, civil law, and rhetoric, and his reputation became one of the glories of the institution. When foreign rulers tried to attract him elsewhere, Pope and city worked to keep him in Rome. Gregory later granted him an annual pension after he gave up his chair. Murray eventually turned with greater intensity towards sacred studies and charitable works, and when he died, his burial became an occasion for a striking display of respect from the scholarly world of Rome. Gregory's admiration for such men was part of a larger dream. He even imagined creating in Rome a kind of universal university, staffed by professors drawn from many Catholic nations, though his death prevented the full realization of that plan. The idea itself reveals the scale of his vision. Rome was not to be only the centre of authority. It was to become the intellectual crossroads of Catholic Europe. Printing was another field in which Gregory thought on a grand scale. He supported the publication of ecclesiastical works in Latin and encouraged the production of catechisms and other texts in Eastern languages. This was not a side interest. It was closely connected to missionary work, to pastoral reform, and to the need for doctrinal clarity across many regions of the Christian world. Notes from the period show how closely he followed these efforts. His ambition reached toward the creation of a great universal press, and he was willing to commit enormous sums to support it. A major step came when an Oriental press was established in Rome under powerful patronage and enriched with papal privileges. One of its earliest major productions was an Arabic version of the Gospels, printed in thousands of copies. Such undertakings show Gregory's mind moving far beyond Italy. He understood that language was power and that the printed page could carry Catholic teaching into lands and communities where ordinary Latin publishing had little reach. His concern for texts also extended into the liturgy. Plans were made in his reign for a new edition of the books used in liturgical chant. Leading musicians, including Palestrina, were commissioned to revise the chant books in light of the reforms of the Missal and Breviary. Yet Gregory drew a firm line when revision threatened to become innovation. The musicians produced something closer to a major rearrangement than a mere correction, and the Pope refused to endorse changes that seemed to alter the tradition too radically. This response was entirely consistent with his broader character. He favoured improvement, order, and accuracy, but he was deeply cautious toward novelty in sacred usage. His support for music and liturgical order did not mean a desire for experiment. On the contrary, his instinct was conservative. He wanted restoration, not revolution. At the same time, Gregory showed a keen appreciation for archives, manuscripts, and the preservation of records. He encouraged efforts to recover important papal documents from places such as Avignon and Anagni, and he tried to retrieve the correspondence of earlier popes. Earlier generations had already suffered painful archival losses, and memorials written during his reign complained of how much had vanished through neglect and disorder. Although not every proposal for reform could be carried out, a notable change did occur. Under Gregory XIII, the preservation of contemporary records became much more careful, especially in the Secretariat of State. In this respect, his pontificate marked an advance in administrative memory, as well as scholarly culture. He also enriched the Vatican Library with books from his own collection and sought to strengthen it in other ways. Under the leadership of Cardinal Serletto, the library was administered with distinction. Learned men such as Fulvio Orsini worked there, and specialists laboured on the correction and restoration of ancient manuscripts. The library was known for being accessible. Printed books could be lent, scholars were allowed to consult manuscript catalogues, and visitors noted the richness of the collection. Rare codices, biblical manuscripts, theological works, and classical treasures stood side by side in its halls. The Vatican Library under Gregory was not a closed treasury, but a working centre of scholarship. The breadth of his intellectual patronage can also be measured by the flood of works dedicated to him. Theology formed the largest group, but other sciences were represented as well, along with books shaped by urgent events of the day, such as the struggle against the Ottoman Turks, the Jubilee, and the reform of the calendar. Poetry too found a place among the many offerings made in his honour. Some of these works remained unpublished, yet their number still testifies to the reputation Gregory enjoyed among scholars and writers. Authors from many countries and many walks of life sought his favour or expressed gratitude for support already received. Even prominent churchmen contribute important scholarly additions during his reign. Gregory encouraged new work on the Church Fathers, on biblical texts, on ritual books, and on major collections of canon law. He praised the great multilingual Bible produced under royal patronage in Spain and continued work on a revised Septuagint through commissions that included some of the most learned men of the time. His legal background gave special force to one of the great editorial enterprises of his pontificate, the revision of the canon law texts. Long before becoming pope, he had already taken part in efforts to improve the text of Gratian's decretals. Once he reached the papacy, he pushed the project forward with energy, seeking help from bishops and scholars in several countries. The aim was to establish a sounder and more reliable text for one of the central collections of canon law. Briefs were issued, privileges granted, and a new Roman edition eventually appeared. It was by no means perfect, since the state of scholarship still imposed real limits, but it represented an enormous labour and an important effort toward textual order. Gregory's interest in legal scholarship was not abstract. He understood that law, like history and liturgy, required good texts if the Church was to govern confidently and defend itself effectively. Another significant undertaking was the revision of the Roman Martyrology. The task was entrusted to Sir Leto, who gathered a commission of notable scholars and used a wide range of sources, including ancient martyrologies, calendars, monologies, patristic texts, and manuscript evidence. The work advanced, but not without problems. Early printed versions contained so many mistakes that they had to be withdrawn. A corrected edition finally appeared with papal authority and was ordered into use. Even then, learned men such as Baronius continued to refine and explain the material. Gregory wished to assist Baronius financially, but Baronius, bound by a vow of poverty, refused direct payment, and the Pope instead provided practical support in another form. This episode captures the spirit of Gregory's reign in miniature. He was willing to spend, to organise, and to protect whenever a serious scholarly task served the larger life of the Church. Taken together, these efforts reveal a pope whose patronage of learning was broad, deliberate, and deeply connected to the Catholic renewal of his age. Gregory XIII did not support scholarship as a mere luxury of court culture. He treated it as a living instrument of restoration. He strengthened universities, expanded libraries, encouraged presses, sponsored editors, employed historians, defended exegetes, fostered archaeology, and supported the careful preservation of documents. He helped create the conditions in which Catholic scholarship could answer its critics with sources rather than slogans, and with disciplined research rather than pious assertion alone. The age in which he ruled was one of conflict, controversy, and rapid change. Yet amid those pressures, Gregory XIII continued to act as a patron of books, teachers, archives, and ideas. In that role, he left behind something more lasting than ceremonial grandeur. He helped shape an intellectual revival that gave the late 16th century Church new confidence in its past, new tools for its defence, and a stronger voice in the learned world of Europe. At the same time that work was advancing on the Roman Martyrology, another project was taking shape under Gregory XIII, one that would leave a permanent mark on world history. For generations, scholars had understood that the old Julian calendar no longer matched the real movement of the sun. Its system measured the solar year slightly too long, and that tiny error, repeated year after year, slowly built into a major problem. Over centuries, the calendar drifted away from the natural seasons. As a result, the feasts of the church were no longer aligned as they had once been intended to be. Easter, which was meant to be observed in relation to the spring full moon, had gradually moved away from the correct seasonal point. This was not a minor inconvenience. It affected the rhythm of the Christian year itself, and it had been troubling theologians, astronomers, and mathematicians for a very long time. Earlier centuries had already seen many attempts to solve the problem. Learned men in the Middle Ages had offered plans for reform, and popes had shown interest in the subject. But every serious effort ran into obstacles. Some proposals were too theoretical, some arrived at the wrong moment, and some were interrupted by death or by larger political and religious concerns. Even major church councils had touched on the issue without bringing it to a conclusion. By the time Gregory became pope, the need for reform had become too obvious to ignore. He approached the matter with unusual seriousness and determination. At first, he asked for proposals from mathematicians already working in his circle. But the turning point came when a corrected calendar, originally prepared by Luigi Giglio and presented through his brother Antonio, was placed before him. Gregory then ordered a formal review by a commission of experts. That commission gradually took on an impressive character. It was not simply a Roman committee, but a body that reflected the wider Catholic world. The group included theologians, canonists, and some of the most respected mathematical minds of the age. At one stage, its leadership was strengthened by Cardinal Sileto, a scholar of immense learning, while legal and theological advisors were added alongside men trained in astronomy and computation. Among those involved were prominent Italian scholars, a German Jesuit, a Spanish expert, and churchmen from different regions of Europe. Gregory did not want a careless or isolated reform. He wanted one that had been tested from every angle. To widen the discussion even further, letters were sent out to Catholic rulers, universities, and learned men across Europe. Their support and judgment were requested, and summaries of the proposed plan were circulated so that astronomers and scholars could study the details. Responses came in from many parts of the continent. Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, Hungary, and the great universities all contributed their views. Some supported the reform strongly, others criticized its technical basis, and many disagreed with one another. There were different opinions about leap years, the equinox, the moon's cycle, and the limits of any attempt to tie a religious calendar exactly to the heavens. The replies showed learning, but they also revealed confusion. Even scholars working at the same university sometimes could not agree on what should be done. One of the strongest critical voices argued that no ecclesiastical calendar could ever be perfectly adapted to celestial motion, and that any solution would eventually require correction again in the distant future. Other universities offered competing models, alternative calculations, and objections of every kind. Yet for all the disagreement, one thing remained untouched. Nobody proposed abandoning the 7-day week. The greatest resistance came not from technical astronomy alone, but from fear. Some theologians in Paris worried that if the Church altered the calendar, it would seem to admit that earlier generations had been wrong in fixing the date of Easter. They imagined dangerous consequences in such an admission and painted dark pictures of what might follow. In Rome, however, these fears were seen as exaggerated. Gregory and his advisors refused to let anxious rhetoric halt a reform that they considered both necessary and beneficial. Because the expert opinions were so varied, the Commission eventually had little choice but to move forward on its own judgment. It was encouraged in this by the favourable responses of Catholic rulers, many of whom welcomed the idea of finally settling a problem that had lingered for centuries. In the end, the decisive work seems to have been shaped above all by Christopher Clavius, the Jesuit mathematician who later became the leading defender of the final system. One crucial point had already been settled. The spring equinox was fixed on March 21st. After long labour, the Commission completed its report and placed it before the Pope. Gregory wanted to act at once. Delays followed, partly through illness and practical difficulties, and the original hope of introducing the new order sooner had to be abandoned. There was even discussion of consulting the Patriarch of Constantinople before proceeding, but the reformers did not allow the matter to drift any further. In early 1582, while staying at Mondragone, Gregory signed the bull that established the new calendar. When it was published soon afterward, it laid out both the history of the problem and the remedy that had now been chosen. 10 days were to be removed from October of that year so that the calendar would be brought back into alignment with the seasons. After October 4th, the next day would be October 15th. A revised leap year rule would prevent the old error from building up again in the same way, and a more accurate method for calculating the lunar cycle would help regulate the date of Easter. The result was not absolute perfection, and its creators did not pretend that it was. But it was a major improvement. It restored a proper relationship between civil time, the church year, and the natural course of the heavens. Gregory had good reason to expect that such a useful reform would be widely accepted. It answered a long recognised need, and it had been prepared with caution and consultation. The first implementation in the Papal States happened naturally and without surprise. Most Italian states accepted it quickly. Spain and Poland did the same. Problems arose mainly where printed copies of the new calendar arrived too late, or where communication was slow. In some places, manuscript copies had to be used until printing caught up. In France, delays in publication and in royal enforcement created confusion. The right of first publication had been granted to Antonio Giglio in recognition of his brother's work, but because of repeated delays, this privilege was eventually withdrawn so that the corrected calendar could circulate more freely. Outside the Catholic world, the reaction was far more troubled. Among the Eastern Orthodox leadership, the reform was attacked sharply. Their objections were often weak and showed how far scholarly culture had declined in some circles. Yet their hostility toward Rome gave those objections force. In the Holy Roman Empire, some Catholic princes adopted the new style without delay, but the emperor himself moved cautiously. Eventually, he introduced the reform under imperial authority, carefully avoiding language that would provoke Protestant opposition. In theory, this should have made acceptance easier. Earlier Protestant thought had not treated calendar reform as a matter of doctrine. It could have been understood simply as a civil correction of timekeeping. Yet events moved in another direction. A few Protestant scholars supported the reform. Some saw clearly that the Julian system was flawed and that the new calculation was better. But their voices were overwhelmed by preachers and polemicists who turned the whole issue into a battle against the papacy. The technical merits of the reform were pushed aside. What mattered to its enemies was that a pope had issued it. Gregory was denounced in violent language, and the calendar itself was presented as a tool of deception or tyranny. In some Protestant regions, clergy and theologians claimed that the reform was a hidden attempt to break religious peace, restore papal power, or prepare disaster for Germany. Some even argued that accepting the new style meant submission to Antichrist. Popular fear was stirred from pulpits and pamphlets alike, and unrest followed. In some areas, Protestant magistrates not only rejected the reform for themselves, but tried to stop Catholics from using it. Rome at first answered these attacks with silence. The insults were ignored. Only when opposition hardened into a broader campaign did defenders of the reform begin to respond publicly. Clavius took the lead. He explained the logic of the new calendar in detail and answered the technical objections point by point. He openly admitted that no calendar based on such calculations could be entirely free of minor imperfections. But he insisted that the Gregorian system was far more accurate than the Julian one, and that its remaining flaws were small. Over time, major Protestant astronomers such as Tycho Brahe and Johannes Kepler also recognized the strength of the reform. Kepler in particular argued that Gregory had answered a real need. He accepted that the new calendar was not mathematically perfect, yet he judged it clearly superior to the old one, and thought its remaining deviations too slight to outweigh its practical value. He also rejected the religious panic surrounding it and considered the political objections empty. Still, reason did not triumph immediately. Many Protestant states continued to resist for generations. Only much later did most of them accept the Gregorian system. England adopted it in the 18th century, and Sweden soon after. From that point onward, nearly the whole Christian world came to live by the calendar established under Gregory, while some Orthodox lands remained on the older reckoning for much longer. In time, even many critics came to admit that this was one of Gregory XIII's greatest achievements. Whatever judgment people made about his papacy as a whole, the calendar reform stood apart as a lasting service to learned culture, public life, and the ordering of time itself. Yet Gregory's reign was shaped by more than scholarship and reform. He had long been connected with the Roman Inquisition, though under him it did not dominate papal policy in quite the same way it had under some earlier pontificates. The institution continued to function with its established structure, and several of the decrees issued in his time dealt not with dramatic trials, but with administration, finances, and the conduct of officials. There was a clear effort to protect the tribunal from charges of self-interest and to maintain discipline within its own machinery. Gregory also defended its legal authority against encroachment from other courts and secular powers. In some matters he intervened directly, and in others he allowed the Holy Office wide freedom of action. Torture remained part of the system, as it did elsewhere in early modern justice, though some efforts were made to moderate public humiliation in sentencing. Gregory himself, early in his reign, even visited the prisons of the Inquisition and questioned inmates personally about the reasons for their detention. Like his predecessor, he remained vigilant against the spread of Protestant ideas into Italy, especially through places such as Venice and Padua, where foreign contact was frequent. Reports from papal representatives suggested that Venetian authorities, whether from religious conviction or reasons of state, understood the danger of doctrinal unrest and generally supported measures against it. Gregory wanted firmness shown toward heresy and toward practices associated with magic and sacrilege. During his reign, the Inquisition handled repeated cases of suspected Protestants, magicians, and religious offenders. Some were sentenced to imprisonment, some to the galleys, and some to death. Public abjurations continued to take place, though Gregory did not seem to favour spectacular displays. He feared that forcing prominent offenders into humiliating ceremonies could drive them to despair or cause scandal among ordinary believers. For that reason, some reconciliations were carried out quietly. One of the most striking cases of the period involved Giacomo Palaeologus, a restless and controversial figure of Greek origin who had embraced anti-Trinitarian ideas and moved across Europe spreading them. After years of wandering and repeated condemnations, he was finally returned to Rome. Condemned alongside others, he was led out for execution, but at the last moment he asked to abjure and was sent back to prison instead of being burned. Doubts remained about the sincerity of his conversion, and he was later executed after further proceedings, though he was said to have died reconciled to the Church. Other cases were less famous, but still dramatic. There were also shocking incidents in Roman churches when fanatics tried to disrupt the Mass physically, seizing at priests or attempting to overturn the sacred vessels. These actions caused outrage and were treated with great severity. Gregory's government also dealt repeatedly with people accused of secretly returning to Judaism after baptism, especially refugees from the Iberian world who had moved through Italian states. Concern over these cases led to closer regulation of the relationship between the Inquisition and Jewish communities. A papal ruling defined the circumstances under which Jews could fall under inquisitorial authority, especially in matters involving blasphemy, assistance to heretics, attacks on Christianity, forbidden books, or efforts to draw Christians away from the faith. At the same time, Gregory's policy toward Jews was not simply one of repression. He could be strict, but he also accepted the long-established principle that Jews had often received more stable treatment under Christian rulers than elsewhere. In Rome, preaching directed toward Jewish conversion continued regularly, and some notable baptisms took place. Yet he also showed practical moderation in certain situations and did not always follow the harshest path open to him. The atmosphere in Rome became intensely charged when news spread about the conclusion of a trial that had been conducted for years behind closed doors. For a long time, only fragments of rumour had reached the public, creating an air of mystery around the proceedings. Now, at last, the case had reached its end. It concerned Bartolomé Carranza, the Archbishop of Toledo, whose fate had been debated and delayed for more than a decade. By the mid-1570s, it had become widely known that the Pope was determined to resolve the matter personally. Reports circulated that he devoted hours each day to reviewing the case, examining its details with relentless focus. Meetings were held repeatedly, sometimes several times a week, each lasting many hours. Observers began to speculate that a final decision was imminent, and this time those expectations proved correct. In April 1576, the final session took place. The Pope himself delivered the judgment. Carranza was not declared a heretic. The evidence did not justify such a conclusion. However, suspicions remained that some of his writings and teachings had strayed too close to ideas considered incompatible with established doctrine. According to the legal framework of the time, such suspicion required a formal renunciation. Carranza was therefore compelled to publicly reject the disputed propositions. For a man of his standing, the experience was deeply humiliating. He had spent his life defending the faith, and now he stood accused of undermining it. The emotional weight of the moment was overwhelming, and he reportedly complied with the requirement in visible distress. As part of his sentence, he was ordered to undertake a penitential pilgrimage and withdraw from his duties for a period of years. Afterward, the Pope embraced him and granted absolution, ensuring that no lingering penalties remained. Carranza did not live long enough to complete the imposed penance. During the pilgrimage, his health rapidly declined, and he died shortly thereafter. Before his death, he reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the faith, insisting that his intentions had always been to defend and strengthen it. He accepted the judgment passed upon him and expressed forgiveness toward those who had opposed him. The case left a lasting impression. It highlighted the fine line between theological exploration and doctrinal risk. Carranza's efforts to engage with opposing viewpoints, while sincere, had led him into territory that could be interpreted as dangerous. His story became a cautionary example of how even well-intentioned attempts at reconciliation could raise serious concerns. At the same time, Another controversy was unfolding in the intellectual centres of Europe. The theologian Michael Bias had already attracted attention for his interpretations of key doctrines. Although he had previously submitted to correction, doubts about his sincerity persisted. His writings and lectures continued to raise questions, particularly when they appeared to challenge established views on authority and grace. Concerns about his teachings spread beyond academic circles. Scholars and institutions began to scrutinize his ideas more closely, and criticism grew. Eventually, a renewed condemnation of certain propositions associated with him was issued. A respected envoy was sent to ensure that Bias accepted the decision. After careful discussion, Bias formally declared his submission and renounced the disputed views, at least outwardly. Despite this resolution, the situation revealed a deeper issue. The spread of controversial ideas, whether intentional or not, posed a serious challenge. It became increasingly clear that vigilance was necessary to prevent confusion and division. This realization contributed to a broader effort to regulate the circulation of written works. Authorities emphasized the dangers posed by misleading or harmful texts. Books were seen as powerful tools capable of shaping thought on a wide scale. Measures were taken to review, correct, or prohibit certain publications. At the same time, there was an awareness that excessive restriction could create its own problems. A balance had to be found between protecting doctrine and avoiding unnecessary severity. Efforts were made to refine these controls. Committees were given responsibility for evaluating works, clarifying rules, and determining appropriate actions. Their role extended beyond simple prohibition. They could authorize corrections, grant permissions, or remove restrictions where justified. The aim was to create a system that was both firm and practical. Alongside these developments, concerns arose about the growing circulation of unverified information. Reports, rumours, and speculative writings were being produced and distributed widely. Some individuals took advantage of public curiosity, spreading exaggerated or false accounts for personal gain. This trend was seen as dangerous, not only because it distorted truth, but also because it could damage reputations and create unrest. In response, strict measures were introduced to curb such practices. The creation and distribution of unreliable reports were prohibited, with serious penalties imposed for violations. The intention was to preserve order and prevent the spread of misinformation at a time when communication was becoming increasingly influential. These events unfolded during a period of intense religious and political tension. Questions of belief, authority, and knowledge were deeply intertwined. Decisions made in courts, universities, and councils carried far-reaching consequences. The cases of Carranza and Bios, along with the broader efforts to regulate ideas, illustrate the complexity of the era. Venetian diplomacy understood very well that Rome could sometimes be persuaded, not by sentiment, but by shared interest. One of the methods used effectively by Tiepolo was to remind the papal court that Venice and the Holy See still had much to gain from standing together. His successor, Antonio Tiepolo, pushed that same argument even harder. He returned again and again to the old understanding between the papacy and the Republic, presenting it as one of the strongest political safeguards the Church possessed in the world. If the Pope at times seemed difficult, slow, or stubborn in matters of state, Tiepolo suggested that this came less from policy than from Gregory's own temperament. Even so, the general tone of relations between Rome and Venice remained workable. Venetians continued to receive marked consideration in the papal capital, and despite moments of friction, the connection between the two powers stayed relatively steady. The one great change Gregory desired never came. He continued to press Venice to return to open war against the Ottoman Empire, but the Republic would not be moved. Gregory XIII never abandoned that larger goal. The idea of a renewed Christian front against the Turks remained fixed in his mind, long after circumstances had turned against it. Even after the collapse of the earlier coalition, and even after Venice had withdrawn from common action, he still believed that a new and more durable alignment might be built among the Holy See, Spain, and the Emperor. In his view, such an alliance had to be sincere, firm, and free from any private arrangement with the Ottoman enemy. He was ready to contribute substantially from papal resources if Spain would do the same on a far larger scale. Plans were drawn up early for a coordinated effort in which the Emperor would pressure the Turks by land through Hungary, while the naval forces of Spain and the Papacy would secure the Mediterranean. But the proposal failed to win wholehearted support. The Emperor hesitated. Philip II, burdened by the revolt in the Netherlands, would not commit himself. Still, Gregory refused to let the idea die completely, and instructed his representatives to keep the matter alive whenever opportunity allowed. In the meantime, he continued to support anti-Ottoman operations where he could. By furnishing ships and troops, he contributed to the capture of Tunis by Don John in 1573. For a moment, the event seemed to open the way to something greater. Perhaps even the creation of a new Christian kingdom in North Africa under Don John himself. Gregory looked favourably on such possibilities, but Philip II saw the matter differently. His concerns were not centred on bold expansion in Africa, but on the safety of his own possessions in Italy, and on the dangerous instability developing in Genoa. There, disputes between competing aristocratic factions threatened to weaken one of the most strategically vital cities in the Western Mediterranean. Gregory, aware that internal Italian disorder only strengthened the Ottoman position, worked tirelessly to restore peace among the Genoese. When the Turks moved in 1574 to recover Tunis, Gregory's anxiety deepened. He responded not only with appeals to rulers, but with spiritual mobilization. Special indulgences were proclaimed, prayers were ordered, and public religious ceremonies were held in Rome. He urged Philip II personally and through diplomatic channels to resist the Ottoman assault. The loss of Tunis struck him hard. Once the fortress protecting its harbour had fallen, he feared that the Ottoman advance might no longer stop at North Africa, but extend toward Italy and Hungary as well. He renewed his appeals to princes across Europe, urging them to resist the common enemy. Yet he also understood that the very word league had become politically poisoned and could provoke resistance rather than cooperation. Germany was divided by religion. The Low Countries were in upheaval, and no ruler seemed ready to commit himself to a broad, crusading enterprise. Venice, which Gregory tried repeatedly to draw back into conflict, remained resolute in its policy of peace, convinced that its commercial and strategic interests in the eastern Mediterranean were better protected by accommodation than by renewed war. With no wider coalition taking shape, the Pope was forced to focus on defensive measures, especially strengthening the coasts and fortifications of the Papal States. The danger seemed even more urgent because of the crisis in Genoa. There, Gregory saw not simply a local quarrel, but a wider threat to the balance of Italy. At one stage, he even considered going there in person to mediate. Instead, he chose one of the most experienced men in the Sacred College, Cardinal Morone, and sent him as papal legate for peace. The situation had grown still more delicate because Philip II had begun to involve himself more directly, and the arrival of Don John in northern Italy raised fears that Genoa might fall under Spanish domination. Gregory was highly sensitive to the growing pressure Spain already exerted across the peninsula. He had no desire to see one more key Italian state drawn into Madrid's orbit. He even made clear to the Spanish ambassador that the king must not seek further territorial expansion in Italy. The issue occupied him for months. He was greatly relieved when, in 1576, a settlement was finally achieved through his mediation, together with the participation of imperial and Spanish representatives. The agreement calmed the Genoese conflict, while also satisfying Philip II, and Gregory could justly claim much of the credit for this outcome. Morone had scarcely returned before Gregory sent him on another major mission, this time to the Diet at Regensburg, where the Pope still hoped to gain support for a campaign against the Turks. His persistence was remarkable. Even after repeated disappointments, he continued to search for openings. New hope appeared when Emperor Maximilian sought unusually large aid from the imperial estates and when envoys from Russia arrived with proposals connected to anti-Ottoman action. For a time, Philip II also seemed less evasive than before. The wider situation appeared favourable. There was growing expectation of war between Persia and the Ottoman Empire, which might create the ideal moment for a coordinated Christian offensive. Gregory was ready to provide a generous subsidy. Yet once again the project dissolved. The German estates were unwilling. The Russian position proved unhelpful. Maximilian died, and events in the Netherlands pulled attention away. Still, the Pope would not let go entirely. Early in 1577, when alarming reports arrived of renewed Ottoman preparations, the idea of another league resurfaced. There was even talk that Morone and Sforza might be sent to Spain for that purpose. But these hopes collapsed almost immediately when increasingly reliable reports began to circulate that Philip II was considering secret dealings with the Sultan. Gregory found such reports hard to believe at first. He had recently renewed the profitable ecclesiastical grants associated with crusading finance in Spain, and he expected those concessions to support real resistance against the Ottomans. But the evidence became harder to dismiss. At the same time, relations between Rome and Madrid were worsening for other reasons. Throughout Philip's dominions, disputes over ecclesiastical jurisdiction and royal control of church affairs multiplied, and these quarrels steadily poisoned the political atmosphere between Pope and King. Gregory XIII had inherited these tensions, but under his pontificate they became especially sharp because Philip held firmly to a system in which royal authority claimed wide control over the church. Gregory, trained in law and deeply committed to papal principles, resisted that model as strongly as his predecessor had done. Though he preferred careful legal examination and often referred difficult questions to cardinals and specialists, he had no intention of allowing the crown to define the limits of ecclesiastical liberty. One of the first serious clashes came in Naples. The conflict revolved around jurisdiction and around the unacceptable behaviour of civil authorities toward church officials. The archbishop felt compelled to use excommunication. The Spanish administration responded with confiscations, expulsions, and arrests. Gregory reacted sharply, threatening severe penalties and instructing his representatives in Spain to make strong protests. An arrangement was patched together for the moment, but the underlying issue remained unresolved. Soon afterward, a similar struggle broke out in Milan, where Charles Borromeo resisted interference from Governor Luis de Requesens. The governor answered spiritual penalties with acts of force, and Gregory's anger was easy to understand. He discussed the affair before the cardinals, referred it to a special body dealing with questions of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and eventually sent an extraordinary envoy to Madrid. Officially, the envoy's mission included congratulations to the king on dynastic news. But in reality, one of its central aims was to push for a final settlement of the disputes that kept erupting between spiritual and temporal authority in the Italian lands ruled by Spain. For a brief moment, it looked as if a systematic solution might be found. Philip agreed that learned Spanish jurists should come to Rome and work with curial theologians and canonists to address the recurring clashes in Naples and Milan. But even this promising step was limited from the start. When the royal delegates finally arrived, it became clear that their powers were narrower than hoped. They were authorized to discuss only certain Italian disputes, and were not prepared to address broader and more sensitive issues, especially the deeply controversial claims of royal authority in Sicily. Gregory had long complained about the abuses connected with those claims, and even some Spanish observers understood that no stable settlement could be reached if the king insisted on such restricted terms. But delay suited Philip. One delegate died soon after arrival. No prompt replacement was sent, and the Spanish government continued its familiar practice of slowing every decision while preserving every advantage. The king outwardly expressed devotion to the church and deference toward the pope, yet in practical affairs he remained determined to keep control over ecclesiastical revenues, appointments, and judicial matters throughout his dominions. His ambassador in Rome constantly pressed for new concessions, but neither papal nephews nor courtiers could easily sway Gregory on matters he considered fundamental. The personal relationship between Gregory and the Spanish ambassador remained outwardly courteous. Unlike some more impetuous diplomats, the ambassador was measured, calm, and intelligent, and this helped prevent the disputes from turning into a complete rupture. Gregory and Philip both had reasons to avoid an open break. Whenever papal representatives were granted audience in Spain, the king never failed to speak in terms of deep reverence for the Holy Father. Yet when concrete business was raised, clear answers almost never followed. More often there were delays, written exchanges, or studied evasions. During the years 1576 and 1577, the unresolved tensions only multiplied. In Naples, Sicily and Milan, new problems kept surfacing. Royal claims expanded. Old promises remained unfulfilled. 4 years passed before a new plenipotentiary was named to replace an earlier Spanish negotiator who had died. Even when a successor was finally chosen, more delays followed before he reached Rome. Meanwhile, the situation worsened further because one of Gregory's most capable diplomats in Spain died, forcing the Pope to appoint a successor at a moment when the number of unresolved issues had become alarming. Among them were attempts to restrict the powers of the papal nuncio in Naples, royal claims over bishoprics in Sicily and Sardinia, the crown's intervention in the revenues and administration of the Archbishopric of Toledo after the death of Carranza, and the broader question of how far the monarchy could treat church property and offices as instruments of state. The new nuncio also had to pursue larger political aims, discouraging any truce with the Turks and encouraging anti-English action. When he arrived in Spain, he quickly discovered that every one of these matters involved immense difficulty. A new negotiator was eventually sent to Rome with broad language surrounding his mission, but in truth he carried careful instructions not to yield any essential Spanish right. Negotiations opened with some ceremony, and committees were formed on both sides. They discussed Milan first, then Naples, then the most explosive of all matters, Sicily and the so-called monarchic privileges claimed there by the Spanish crown. Privileges so sweeping that they approached the rights of a head of the church. Gregory followed these discussions closely and actively. Some cardinals were willing to make concessions for the sake of peace, but the Pope resisted anything that seemed to strengthen royal domination over ecclesiastical life. Even as these negotiations dragged on, events elsewhere changed the mood entirely. Reports reached Rome that Philip II had agreed to an armistice with the Turks. Gregory, who had still not abandoned the dream of a common Christian effort, was stunned. Fresh victories by Persia over Ottoman forces had seemed to create a perfect opportunity for renewed action. Instead, the King of Spain appeared ready to make terms. The reports were at first incomplete, but it soon became clear that Spanish agents were indeed in Constantinople, pursuing arrangements with the Porte. Gregory made every effort to stop this course. He sent envoys, made solemn protests, and even wrote personally to Philip, warning that any such understanding with the hereditary enemy of Christendom would bring dishonour not only upon Spain, but upon the whole Catholic world. He made it equally clear that financial concessions previously granted to the Spanish crown for war against the Turks could not morally continue if Spain no longer intended to wage that war. These protests achieved nothing. Philip's attention had shifted decisively toward the Iberian Peninsula. The approaching extinction of the male line in Portugal opened before him the prospect of uniting the peninsula under his own rule. That ambition eclipsed almost every other concern, including the war in the Low Countries, confrontation with England, and even resistance to the Ottoman Empire. In 1580, Spanish representatives reached an armistice with the Porte, and the arrangement was later renewed. When the agent responsible for these dealings passed through Rome, Gregory demanded an explanation and used the moment to set a new condition. If Spain wanted to retain ecclesiastical revenues previously justified by the Turkish war, then those resources must instead be directed against Protestant England. The shift was revealing. It showed both Gregory's frustration with Spain's eastern policy and his attempt to redirect Spanish power toward a cause he still considered vital to the Catholic world. The Portuguese succession crisis created another immense strain. King Sebastian's disastrous Moroccan campaign ended with his death and the destruction of much of his army. He was succeeded by his elderly uncle Henry, whose death would leave the royal line without a direct male heir. The Portuguese, deeply hostile to union with Castile, explored desperate options, including the possibility of freeing Henry from his ecclesiastical obligations so that he might marry and secure the succession. Gregory was placed in an exceptionally difficult position. To grant such a dispensation would provoke outrage among many Catholics, mockery from Protestants, and furious hostility from Philip II. Yet to refuse it risked appearing to assist Spain's dynastic ambitions. The king rejected both papal arbitration in the succession and any talk of matrimonial dispensation. Gregory therefore tried to preserve strict neutrality and buy time. In the end, he refused the dispensation, driven above all by a desire to prevent war in the Iberian Peninsula, and perhaps a wider European conflict. He repeatedly urged Philip to pursue his claim through judgment and peaceful settlement, not through force. But Philip would not accept papal arbitration and moved steadily toward military action. When Henry died in 1580, matters became even more urgent. Claimants appealed to Rome. Portuguese leaders begged the Pope to restrain Philip. Others tried to discredit rival claimants and win papal sympathy. Gregory, unable to shape the succession directly, chose the one path still open to him. He sent a peace legate, Cardinal Riario, hoping at least to prevent armed conflict or moderate its course. Spain did everything possible to slow and frustrate this mission. Delays, ceremonial honours, illness, and political obstacles combined to make the legate ineffective. By the time Riario met Philip, he saw clearly that the king had no intention of submitting to arbitration. The Spanish ruler pointed instead to accomplished facts and advanced operations. Riario was hindered from proceeding effectively into Portugal, and before long the conquest of the kingdom was essentially complete. Gregory had little choice but to recognise Philip II as King of Portugal. The formal homage rendered in Rome in Philip's name was magnificent, but the political meaning behind it was more troubling. Far from softening Spain's attitude in ecclesiastical matters, the success in Portugal seemed only to make the king more rigid. By this stage, the negotiations over church jurisdiction had shown plainly how little true compromise Philip was prepared to offer. In Sicily, Gregory tried to settle matters according to canon law, but the Spanish side resisted fiercely. Philip went so far as to appoint a permanent judge to uphold the contentious Sicilian privileges he claimed, effectively entrenching a structure Gregory regarded as a direct offence against ecclesiastical liberty. The timing was especially bitter because the Pope had just granted Spain significant church revenues. Other matters deteriorated as well. The negotiations over the royal approval required for papal acts in parts of Italy ran into serious trouble, and there were moments when complete collapse seemed possible. Rome was further angered when news arrived that the armistice with the Turks had not only been real, but had been extended. Gregory also faced new scandals in Spain itself, where royal institutions interfered more aggressively than ever in ecclesiastical justice. One case involving the chapter and Bishop of Calahorra especially outraged the Pope, who wrote directly to Philip, denouncing the crown's support of a suspended bishop and the treatment of clergy as though they were political criminals rather than subjects of church law. Philip did not yield. He had already arranged the withdrawal of his negotiator from Rome, and though all the proper gestures of respect were observed, the departure signalled a hardening of the conflict. Gregory remarked bitterly that he wished to see whether Sicily, which he viewed as a papal fief, would prove to have a pope of its own apart from Rome. On the Spanish side, resentment also deepened. They complained that Gregory refused to renew major clerical taxes, that he hesitated to brand the rebels in the Low Countries as enemies of the Church in the terms Philip desired, and that he dealt more harshly with Spain than with any other Catholic power. New sources of tension soon appeared. Philip sent a royal commissioner to a national council, despite earlier papal prohibitions against such interference. Secular officers arrested notaries who presented papal provisions for benefices. Even a nuncio as peace-loving as Sega found his patience worn thin. Rome had to advise some of its own agents not to let their indignation push them into reckless retaliation. Yet the two powers still needed one another. Gregory continued to hope for Spanish action against England. Philip still desired papal financial support and ecclesiastical cooperation. A new round of bargaining began, and some partial understanding was reached. The Pope granted renewed concessions in matters of crusading finance and other revenues. In return, there was hope that a new nuncio arriving in Madrid might be received more favourably. Before leaving, Sega prepared a remarkable report for his successor. In it, he described Philip's method of governing, his scarcity of audiences, his endless delays, his refusal to decide until every advantage had been calculated. Sega did not deny the king's personal Catholic sincerity, but he spoke very plainly about his usurpations in church affairs. Contrary to common opinion, he argued that the problem did not lie mainly with bad advisers. The source was the king himself. Whenever crown interests were involved, hesitation vanished. Papal measures helpful to royal policy were published with pomp. Those affirming papal authority were restricted or quietly smothered. Bishops too often preferred royal favour to fidelity toward Rome. Still, Sega believed that for all their serious disputes, Pope and King would never truly separate, because both knew they faced a common Protestant enemy. His successor soon discovered how accurate that judgment had been. The burdens of the nunciature in Spain remained crushing. Granvelle and other leading figures listened politely to complaints, occasionally even admitting that they were justified, yet always claiming that the structure of government or the majority in the council prevented real action. Nevertheless, by 1582 a gradual improvement began. This change coincided with the arrival in Rome of a new Spanish ambassador, the Count of Olivares. a diplomat of exceptional skill. His grand public entry into the city made an impression, but his real strength lay in political intelligence and personal generosity. He won influence quickly, including with Gregory himself. He offered practical help against the plague of banditry troubling the Papal States and worked to soften specific disputes. In the Calahorra affair, for example, the bishop who had long resisted Roman authority was finally compelled to come. Administrative reforms were also made, including the union of the collectorship with the nunciature in Spain. A move long desired by the Spanish side, but also useful to the Holy See. Even so, many major questions remained unresolved. Gregory still hoped to use improved relations for larger ends, above all for action against England, and, if possible, renewed resistance to the Turks. This last hope flickered back to life when news arrived of Persian victories over the Ottomans, and when Spain appeared interested in wider defensive arrangements in Italy that would necessarily have pointed toward Ottoman danger. Gregory, encouraged by these developments, granted certain important favours to Philip, including a major ecclesiastical appointment in Portugal. The king responded by offering naval protection to the coasts of the Papal States. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that better understanding might emerge. Yet beneath the smoother surface, the central issue remained unchanged. Gregory XIII sought cooperation without surrendering ecclesiastical principle. Philip II sought Catholic unity, but on terms that preserved an enlarged royal command over the Church. That unresolved contradiction shaped nearly every major encounter between Rome and Spain during these years, and it ensured that even moments of agreement were always shadowed by mistrust. In the early summer of 1583, a new attempt began to take shape in Rome, one that had been imagined many times before, but never fully realised. The idea of a united front against the Ottoman Empire resurfaced once again, brought forward this time through diplomatic conversations led by Olivares. The Pope had been watching developments in the East very closely. The ongoing conflict between the Ottoman forces and Persia appeared to open a rare strategic window. In his view, the Persian ruler could serve as a natural counterweight to Ottoman expansion, and perhaps even as a partner in a broader geopolitical effort. At the same time, anxiety was growing in Venice. Reports arrived that Ottoman forces were threatening Crete, one of Venice's most valuable possessions. In response, the Venetian government took defensive measures and strengthened its military leadership. During these discussions, the wider question of a coordinated anti-Ottoman alliance resurfaced. The Pope saw an opportunity and began to outline a plan that would involve several major European powers. The strategy was clear. Spain would be approached first, followed by the Holy Roman Emperor, who had already received financial support for defence against Ottoman advances. And finally Poland, whose ruler was known for his military strength. The idea required careful handling, and secrecy was considered essential. To manage the negotiations discreetly, the Pope even considered relocating temporarily to Bologna, where discussions could continue away from the political tensions of Rome. Initially, Venice showed some openness to the proposal. However, this fragile interest did not last. French diplomatic influence quickly reawakened old suspicions among Venetian leaders, particularly their distrust of Spanish intentions. As a result, enthusiasm faded, and the plan stalled. The proposed journey to Bologna was postponed, and the momentum behind the alliance began to weaken. Despite this setback, the effort did not end. The Pope remained determined, focusing especially on gaining support from Poland and Spain. Diplomatic instructions were sent to representatives abroad, urging them to open negotiations and explore possibilities on a broad scale. In Poland, discussions began with cautious optimism. In Spain, however, the situation proved far more difficult. Even generous offers failed to produce concrete results. By late September, a special envoy was sent directly to Madrid in the hope of advancing both the anti-Ottoman campaign and a separate plan involving England. The envoy arrived with clear objectives, but what awaited him was disappointment. On one issue, Spain offered limited cooperation. On others, it delayed, avoided commitment, or refused outright. Plans for coordinated military action remained vague, and proposals for decisive steps against England were rejected entirely. This outcome did little to discourage further attempts. Throughout the following year, the idea of a unified campaign continued to circulate in diplomatic conversations. Messages were exchanged between Rome, Madrid, and Venice, and new efforts were made to revive interest. There were even attempts to expand the scope of the strategy beyond Europe. Envoys were sent as far as Persia and Ethiopia, reflecting a broader vision that extended across continents. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. Venice had no desire to re-enter a large-scale conflict. Its leadership believed that stability and trade were better preserved through cautious relations with the Ottoman Empire. Spain, meanwhile, adopted a more ambiguous position. Publicly, it appeared willing to support the idea of a coalition. Privately, however, its policies told a different story. While discussions about a possible alliance continued, Spanish representatives were simultaneously engaged in quiet negotiations with the Ottoman authorities. Agreements were being extended, and temporary arrangements were maintained. Even those within the Spanish administration who disapproved of this approach were unable to alter its course. The contrast between public declarations and private actions became increasingly clear. For a time, it seemed as though progress might still be possible. Diplomatic powers were granted, negotiations were opened, and expectations briefly rose. But these hopes soon faded. The contradictions between political interests proved too great. The vision of a united front against the Ottoman Empire once again dissolved before it could take shape. The two missionaries who entered England were far from ordinary figures. Edmund Campion, the more famous of the pair in the beginning, had been born in 1540 and had once seemed destined for one of the brightest academic careers in England. At Oxford, he stood out with unusual force. He was admired as a classical scholar, respected as a humanist, and celebrated as an orator whose brilliance few could rival. When Queen Elizabeth visited the university in 1566, Campion was the natural choice to greet her. His gifts won him favour even among leading churchmen of the established order, and the Anglican Bishop of Gloucester had even hoped to see him as a successor and persuaded him to accept Anglican ordination as a deacon. Yet that step troubled Campion deeply. It left him with lasting remorse and pushed him further away from the religious settlement of Elizabeth's reign. Once that separation became clear, Oxford could no longer remain his home. He left, and even in Dublin, where James Stanihurst hoped to interest him in the idea of founding an Irish university, Campion soon found himself in danger and had to flee to avoid arrest. Even during exile, he did not abandon writing. He continued literary work and produced a history of Ireland, in English, that later circulated widely. In 1571, he went to Douay for theological study. 2 years later, he entered the Society of Jesus in Rome. After that, he passed through the Jesuit houses of Prague and Brno, where he completed his formation, preached, and devoted himself to pastoral labour. Everywhere he went, he left a strong impression. His eloquence, learning, and personal charm won admiration not only from ordinary listeners, but also from influential circles. By the time he was called to take part in the English mission, he had become known as a man of remarkable ability and strong inner discipline. When the mission to England was entrusted to him, Campion wanted no role in political schemes. His deepest wish was to live quietly as a priest, to pray, to preach, and to teach. That desire was one reason he was chosen to take the lead in the mission. Yet from the beginning he believed that the road ahead would end in martyrdom. He is said to have joked in Rome that any clothes were good enough for a man who was on his way to the gallows. Later in London, when passing the execution place at Tyburn, he would raise his hat. He seemed to carry death in his mind, not with fear, but with a calm that had already accepted the likely outcome. Campion would gladly have spent his days working silently for the spiritual good of his countrymen. Instead, his name quickly spread through London and beyond. Sermons denounced him. Authorities watched for him. His reputation turned him into a target almost as soon as he arrived. Before Campion and Robert Persons began their journeys through the country, they were visited by Thomas Pound, a Catholic gentleman who had temporarily secured a few hours of freedom from prison. Pound warned them plainly. They would almost certainly be captured. When that happened, their words would be twisted, their intentions misrepresented, and they would be shown to the public not as priests, but as traitors. To guard against that danger, he urged them to write down, in advance, the real purpose of their coming. That statement could then be preserved by a trusted friend, and released if they fell into the hands of the government. Persons quickly drafted a short declaration explaining the aim of the mission. Campion went further. In a burst of speed and concentration, he wrote a bold letter addressed to the Queen's Privy Council. In it, he openly declared himself to be both priest and Jesuit. He insisted that he had come only for spiritual labour, to combat ignorance and sin, and that politics had no place in his mission. Then he made an extraordinary offer. He asked for the chance to defend the Catholic faith in open debate before the Privy Council, the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, and the leading legal minds of the kingdom. If the Queen herself attended, he wrote, it would please him greatly. This was not theatrical bravado. It came from a profound conviction that the Catholic position could withstand scrutiny, and that the arguments of its opponents could not endure serious examination. Campion also wrote in that letter with striking intensity about the English Catholics abroad, the students who prayed daily for their homeland and prepared themselves in exile for future service. He spoke of the Jesuits as men ready to endure suffering without abandoning hope for England's return to the old faith. They would bear prisons, torture, and death if necessary. In his mind, that was how Christianity had first taken root, and perhaps how it would have to be restored. The letter ended not in bitterness, but with a note of charity. Even if his offer were rejected and he himself treated harshly, he hoped there might one day be reconciliation in heaven, where earthly injuries no longer divide. If the document had remained hidden until his arrest, it would have served as a powerful defense against slander. Once published, it would have made false accusations harder to sustain. But events took a different turn. The letter began to circulate almost at once. Pound was so impressed by it that he shared it among trusted friends, and copies spread quietly from hand to hand. By the time Persons returned to London at the end of September 1580, many people already had it. Protestant replies soon appeared in print, which only drew wider attention to Campion's words and increased their impact. Because of this early circulation, the letter took on a new role. It was no longer simply a safeguard against future misrepresentation. It became, in the eyes of many, a direct challenge. Yet the effect was still favourable to Campion and his cause. The missionaries had been accused of preaching rebellion, but the tone of the letter was marked not by sedition, but by dignity, loyalty, and respect toward the sovereign. It gave the Protestant clergy a public opportunity to prove their case if they believed it could stand. More importantly, it gave English Catholics something they had badly needed: visibility. A religion that had long been pushed into secrecy suddenly stood in the open. Those who had lived in fear felt themselves strengthened. Many began to feel again that, spiritually at least, they stood on firmer ground than the church imposed by the state. Still, a short declaration could not carry the whole burden of the controversy. Friends suggested that Campion produce further writings, and after some hesitation he chose his subject. He would explain why he had offered public debate and why, in his judgment, the Protestant position was fundamentally weak. The work he produced became one of the most famous writings of the English Catholic mission. It spread rapidly, was reprinted again and again, and provoked numerous replies. The structure of the book was simple and forceful. Campion set out a series of arguments showing why he believed the claims of the reformers could not stand. He wrote about Scripture, arguing that it had been altered or mishandled. He wrote about interpretation, insisting that texts had been bent away from their plain meaning. He turned to the nature of the Church, the authority of councils, the testimony of the Fathers, and other major foundations of doctrine. Though written under pressure while he was moving from place to place in hiding, the work displayed impressive learning. It drew on earlier notes he carried with him, and it benefited from careful checking before publication. The universities held a special place in his mind. He addressed scholars because he had already offered to debate before them, and because he believed Oxford and Cambridge had been made Protestant not by persuasion alone, but through pressure. He also believed that many within them still remained inwardly loyal to Catholicism. Printing such a book in England was dangerous, but persons had managed to obtain a secret press. Other controversial works had already come from it, including arguments against Catholic attendance at Protestant worship and responses to attacks on Campion's earlier declaration. After the challenge had circulated, persons thought it safer for Campion to move away from the London area and travel north into Lancashire. There, however, betrayal finally caught up with him. On July 22nd, 1581, a market day, Campion was brought to London in chains and thrown into the Tower. 3 days later he was taken by boat along the Thames, so that the Queen herself might look upon the man whose name had stirred so much attention. Offers were then made to him. If he would conform to the established church, rewards awaited him. When persuasion failed, torture followed. At last, he was granted the religious disputation he had once requested. Though weakened by prison and suffering, though his memory had suffered and his old physical energy was diminished, his mind remained sharp and his wit still flashed. Many who heard the exchanges believed he had more than held his ground. On November 20th, sentence was pronounced against Campion and those arrested with him. The charge was high treason. It was claimed that he had joined a conspiracy against the Queen, supposedly arranged at Rome and Rheims. Yet the accusation was built on weak foundations. Campion answered its points one by one and denied involvement in any plot. No convincing evidence truly established the case. Even so, the verdict of guilt was returned. On December 1st, 1581, he was executed at Tyburn. With him died Ralph Sherwin, who had studied at the English College in Rome, and Alexander Bryant from Rheims. The effect of the execution did not match what the government had hoped. Instead of silencing sympathy, it stirred widespread emotion. Crowds gathered in great numbers. Reports described mounted spectators, large throngs of common people, and a sense that Catholics were encouraged, rather than crushed by what they had seen. Many sought relics from the scene, even at serious personal risk. Some later believed that Campion's death achieved more for the Catholic cause than years of hidden ministry might have done. There were even those who said that Protestant onlookers were deeply shaken by what they witnessed. Much of that effect came from Campion himself. Though naturally quick in temperament, he had learned a calm discipline that prison could not break. He bore insults at his arrival in London, endured false charges in court, and accepted condemnation with serenity. When the sentence of death was given, he thanked God aloud. Yet there was nothing theatrical in him. He did not seek martyrdom out of vanity. He met even the man who had betrayed him with gentleness, when remorse drove that traitor to visit him. His final prayers included the Queen. His death moved many to tears. Hostility toward Campion and his companions had been made worse by the timing of their mission. Their arrival in England coincided with the Irish disturbances that erupted in 1579, when a papal agent helped encourage rebellion against Elizabeth. That connection sharpened suspicion in the minds of English officials and made it easier for men like Burghley and Walsingham to treat missionary priests as political threats, no matter what their true intentions had been. Gregory XIII's involvement in the northern kingdoms grew out of that same larger struggle. However misguided or unsuccessful some of his plans proved to be, his efforts reflected a deeply rooted belief that the papacy should not abandon those who suffered for their faith. He had taken the name Gregory in honour of Gregory the Great, the Pope remembered as the Apostle of the Anglo-Saxons, and he welcomed the thought that he might help restore in Britain what his predecessor had once planted there. From the beginning of his pontificate, he showed concern for Mary Stuart. Shortly after his election, he sent her a letter of encouragement. He instructed envoys to plead her cause at the Spanish court. Her ambassador in Paris, Archbishop Beaton of Glasgow, also received a sympathetic hearing in Rome, when proposals were discussed for rescuing her son from Protestant influence and sending him to be raised in Catholic lands. Though those designs never materialized, the Pope's willingness to consider them showed how seriously he viewed the situation. Spain, however, moved slowly. Philip II responded with caution, always stressing obstacles, financial strain, or other military priorities. He wanted any move against England to be undertaken jointly by the great Catholic powers, especially France and Spain. Yet the necessary agreement never came. France and Spain distrusted each other too much. French leaders hoped that if Elizabeth fell, Mary Stuart might marry the Duke of Anjou and strengthen French influence in England. Spain did not welcome that possibility. In the background stood another problem. England's Catholics themselves did not wish to exchange one form of domination for foreign conquest. Even those who longed for relief from persecution were not eager to place their country under outside rule. English exiles on the continent grew increasingly impatient with Spanish hesitation. They sent Nicholas Sanders to Philip with appeals from leading English Catholics, and with papal recommendations. His protests had some effect, but not enough. Philip always found reasons to delay. Hopes rose again when Don John of Austria seemed likely to take action from the Low Countries. He dreamed not only of striking England, but of reshaping the future of the British Isles, perhaps even through marriage to Mary Stuart. Gregory supported the wider project with money and diplomatic encouragement. Yet once again, nothing decisive followed. Delays, strategic complications, and shifting circumstances turned bold plans into unfinished schemes. Attention then shifted toward Ireland. There, a new opening seemed possible, and Gregory gave real material assistance. James Fitzmaurice Fitzgerald, a leading Irish figure seeking foreign support against Elizabeth, found in Rome a warmer response than he had received elsewhere. The Pope promised ships, supplies, and money. Unfortunately, the enterprise became entangled with Thomas Stukely, a restless adventurer whose reputation impressed influential men in Rome more than it should have. Some imagined him as a providential instrument. In reality, he proved unreliable. Although he sailed under papal support, he never carried the Irish project through as intended. Drawn into the ambitions of King Sebastian of Portugal, he joined the African campaign and died there in battle. Fitzmaurice continued on amid enormous difficulties. Nicholas Sanders joined him not as a grand political figure in appearance, but as an active papal representative. When they landed in Ireland, they tried to stir broader resistance. Elizabeth's government watched with alarm, fearing that Spain might finally move against her in earnest. At one stage, papal-backed forces under another commander reached Irish shores and fortified a position, yet delays and weak coordination doomed the effort. English forces overwhelmed the garrison. Many were slaughtered after surrender. Fitzmaurice himself died in 1579. Sanders perished soon after, exhausted and hunted, and was buried secretly so his body would not be desecrated. The rebellion brought devastation to wide stretches of southern Ireland, but no decisive victory. Its political effect, however, was severe. It inflamed Elizabeth and hardened policy toward Catholics inside England. Even those entirely unconnected with rebellion fell under suspicion. Arrests multiplied. Fines grew heavier. The government moved more aggressively against missionary priests and against those who sheltered them. For Campion and his fellow Jesuits, the Irish Rising was disastrous in another way. Though they had known nothing of Sanders's enterprise when they left Rome, the timing of events made it easy for the authorities to treat them as part of the same wider conspiracy. Among English Catholics, there had already been fears that this would happen. Campion and his companions tried to answer those fears by insisting, truthfully, that they had come for spiritual work only and that any accusation of treason should be met by actual proof. But once suspicion had been fused with fear, innocence alone could not guarantee safety. By the early 1580s, the religious struggle in England had entered a harder phase. Harsh laws defined the boundaries with growing clarity. Absence from Protestant worship brought crushing penalties. To say Mass or even hear it could lead to imprisonment and ruinous fines. Priests who reconciled people to Rome or laboured openly in the old faith were treated as traitors. The state had made one thing unmistakably clear. It would not allow Catholic restoration through preaching and pastoral care if it had the strength to stop it. That reality forced many Catholics into a painful question. Should they continue to endure in silence, as some had advised from the beginning, suffering what God allowed and nothing more? Or should they seek rescue through foreign intervention? For years, many English Catholics had remained politically passive. They had not answered Elizabeth's changes with general revolt. Even the rebellion of 1569 had not represented the settled attitude of the whole body. Most remained loyal subjects in civil matters, while holding firmly to their religion. Yet as persecution deepened, some concluded that outside help had become the only possible remedy. At that time, such appeals did not seem as strange as they might later appear. The idea that Christian rulers should aid oppressed fellow believers across borders still carried weight. Catholics were not alone in thinking this way. Protestant movements in Scotland, France, and the Low Countries had also relied on support from abroad, and Elizabeth herself had assisted them when it suited her interests. Even so, turning to Spain was a dangerous path. Many Englishmen, however unhappy with their government's religious policy, would not willingly welcome a foreign conqueror. Outside intervention threatened to burden the Catholic cause with suspicion and resentment. It also proved deeply unfortunate that priests and religious, especially Jesuits, became entangled in political plans that lay beyond their central calling. Later judgments within the Church itself would reflect unease about such involvement. But in those years, the lines between religion and politics were so tightly drawn together that many believed one could not be defended without touching the other. Scotland, in this tense setting, seemed to offer one more possible opening. There too, the Catholic position had been under enormous pressure. After the fall of Edinburgh Castle in 1573, Mary Stuart lost her last stronghold. Her enemy, Morton, dominated the government, and her son James was being raised in a Protestant environment far from her influence. Yet Scotland was not spiritually lost beyond recovery. Catholic practices had been attacked. Priests were executed, banished, or branded as traitors. Pilgrimages, feast days, religious images and music in churches were suppressed. But the very need for such measures showed that the old religion still lived in many hearts. Reports from the period make clear that Protestantism had by no means conquered the whole country. Jesuit observers believed that if a few powerful nobles declared themselves openly for Catholicism, the old faith might rise again with surprising speed. Complaints against the Protestant clergy were widespread. Many Scots resented ministers whose lives seemed at odds with their preaching. Promises had not been kept. Church revenues once said to support many now seemed swallowed up by a few. Moral decline was blamed by some on the new teachings. In the countryside especially, and in the north, sympathy for Catholicism remained strong. Important nobles still leaned in that direction. Priests, many of them English refugees, found shelter in noble households. Seminaries abroad tried to prevent the extinction of the Scottish clergy by training new men for future service. Gregory XIII watched Scotland with the same mixture of sympathy, hope, and political calculation that shaped his wider northern policy. He encouraged Mary Stuart, supported efforts on behalf of her son, and renewed contact with Scottish figures who seemed capable of changing the kingdom's direction. A moment of promise came when Morton briefly fell from power and the young James VI was declared independent. One of the men who then gained influence around the king was Esme Stuart, later Duke of Lennox, a French-raised nobleman with Catholic ties. His arrival at court appeared to open a new path. He worked to loosen English influence over James, and to strengthen the connection between the young king and his imprisoned mother. Some even hoped he might help lead James toward Catholicism. These hopes alarmed Elizabeth. She and her allies in Scotland moved quickly to oppose Lennox and those around him. Yet for a time, the Catholic cause in Scotland seemed less hopeless than before. Morton, once all-powerful, was arrested for his role in the murder of Darnley, later condemned and finally executed in 1581. Shortly afterward, James raised Lennox to the dukedom. For Catholics across the British Isles, this seemed one more sign that the struggle was not over, and that beneath the outward victories of the Protestant states, older loyalties were still alive and capable of returning to the surface. James VI appeared, for a brief and fragile moment, to lean toward Catholic interests and policy. This possibility stirred deep excitement among Catholics across Europe. If the future ruler of England, Scotland, and Ireland showed sympathy toward their cause, then the harsh laws imposed by Elizabeth might ultimately prove meaningless. It seemed like a turning point. Many believed that if this opportunity were missed, it might never come again. Among those most convinced of this was Robert Persons, once a missionary priest, but increasingly drawn into political strategy. He was a man of striking ability, intelligent, persuasive, and highly skilled with words. His writings were admired for their clarity and force, and he had a reputation as one of the most formidable controversialists of his time. At first, his involvement in political affairs grew out of practical concerns rather than ambition. Hearing of developments in Scotland, he encouraged efforts to influence the young king. He arranged for trusted intermediaries to travel north, hoping to guide James toward Catholicism. Soon after the arrest of Edmund Campion, Persons left England. Remaining would likely have meant execution without further impact. By leaving, he he preserved his ability to act. Around the same time, envoys were sent to Scotland carrying proposals that combined religion and power. The plan was bold. If James openly embraced Catholicism, many English nobles and much of the population might rally to him. With support from Spain, France, and the Papacy, he could enter England with an army, spark rebellion in the north, free his mother Mary Stuart, and claim the throne. Elizabeth, if she resisted, could be removed. For a moment, these ideas seemed plausible. Some Scottish figures showed interest, and foreign courts listened. But events quickly undermined the scheme. Renewed persecution in England led to arrests among the very nobles expected to support the plan. Without them, the entire project collapsed. Meanwhile, shifting politics across Europe complicated matters further. Spain, which might have provided decisive military backing, hesitated. Its king preferred caution, citing financial strain and other military commitments. France, divided by its own internal tensions, could not be relied upon either. The papacy expressed interest but demanded proof that such plans could succeed before committing resources. Despite these setbacks, efforts continued. Agents moved between courts, promises were made, and new strategies were drawn up. Some envisioned coordinated invasions, uprisings in Ireland, and widespread rebellion. Optimism surged again when Scottish politics briefly favoured Catholic influence. Yet these hopes proved short-lived. Power struggles within Scotland led to the king being effectively seized and controlled by Protestant factions. Key allies were removed or forced into exile. Mary Stuart, watching from captivity, reacted with urgency. Though her health was failing, her determination remained strong. She wrote letters, sent envoys, and appealed to foreign powers for help. She no longer expected to regain her own throne, but she fought for her son's safety and future. Her appeals, however, produced little concrete support. Gradually, it became clear that large-scale intervention would not materialize. Spain delayed, France hesitated, and internal divisions weakened every plan. By the mid-1580s, even the most committed advocates of political action began to lose hope. Leading Catholic figures shifted their focus back towards spiritual work, believing that lasting change would come not through armies, but through endurance and faith. Inside England, conditions worsened. The government intensified its campaign against Catholics, fueled by fear of foreign plots and internal rebellion. Laws became harsher, penalties more severe, and suspicion more widespread. Catholic priests were treated as traitors simply for carrying out their ministry. Those who sheltered them risked imprisonment or death. At the same time, rumours of assassination plots began to circulate. Some were exaggerated, others entirely fabricated, but they served their purpose. Public opinion turned increasingly hostile. Authorities used these fears to justify further repression. Trials were conducted on questionable evidence, and many were executed under charges that could not be substantiated. Amid this atmosphere, a controversial episode unfolded, involving a man who claimed to act on behalf of Catholic interests. He sought approval for a violent act against the Queen, presenting himself as a loyal defender of the faith. Miscommunication and poor judgment led to a response from Rome that could be interpreted as encouragement. When this correspondence became known in England, it caused serious damage. It reinforced existing fears and gave the government powerful propaganda against Catholics. The consequences were immediate. New laws were introduced that effectively criminalised the presence of Catholic clergy. Priests were declared traitors simply for remaining in the country. Anyone assisting them faced severe punishment. Education abroad in Catholic institutions was also targeted, cutting off future generations of clergy. Catholics attempted to respond. They declared their loyalty to the Queen and rejected violence against her. They insisted that their refusal to attend state religious services did not make them disloyal subjects. Their appeals, however, were ignored. The political climate no longer allowed for such distinctions. By the spring of 1585, the pressure on English Catholics had reached a level harsher than anything that had come before. Earlier measures under Elizabeth had already pushed them out of public life, closed many paths to influence, and tried to prevent new priests from entering the kingdom. But the law approved that year marked a turning point. What had once been a system of restriction became a far more aggressive campaign meant to break Catholic life altogether. The government had grown steadily more severe over time, especially after rebellion, foreign intrigue, and religious violence on the continent deepened official suspicion. By the early 1580s, Catholic worship, Catholic loyalty, and even ordinary Catholic conversation were treated as matters of danger. Reports from the period describe prisons packed with men and women of rank, widows punished for secretly hearing Mass, letters opened in transit, roads watched, and even private talk exposed to informers. Violence against priests had appeared earlier, but it became far more systematic once missionary priests, trained abroad, began returning to England in greater numbers. Their arrival gave fresh confidence to Catholic communities that had been struggling to survive in secrecy. That revival alarmed the authorities. It was no longer possible to assume that the old religion would simply disappear with time. Once Catholic networks showed signs of life again, the state answered with a campaign of arrests, trials, and executions. Priests were no longer seen merely as religious figures. They were increasingly treated as enemies of the crown. Many were sentenced to the death reserved for traitors, a punishment carried out with deliberate cruelty. Others were left to rot in prison for years, sometimes for decades, in darkness, filth, and chains. Some prisoners died slowly from neglect, disease, and exhaustion long before any formal execution could take place. By 1580, the prison system was so overwhelmed that additional places of confinement had to be found. Old castles and other buildings were taken over because the normal jails could no longer hold the numbers being arrested. Contemporary accounts speak not only of gentlemen and noblewomen, but also common people and even boys being thrown into confinement. Interrogation was often accompanied by torture. Victims were stretched on the rack, crushed in iron restraints, or suspended in ways that mangled the body and drove men to collapse. Some endured agony designed not merely to force confession, but to break the mind through fear and humiliation. Alongside these physical torments came relentless financial punishment. Fines for refusing attendance at Anglican worship could ruin entire families. Searches for hidden priests, devotional objects, and Catholic books were carried out with intimidation and violence. Homes were invaded, women and children threatened, and property exposed to seizure at every turn. Such a system naturally invited abuse from the worst elements of society. Informers, opportunists, and professional spies found a profitable place within it. Confiscated goods, rewards for denunciation, and favour from the authorities made persecution a business as much as a policy. Networks of surveillance spread far beyond England itself. Agents penetrated seminaries abroad, infiltrated circles of exiles, and poisoned bonds of friendship and kinship. In some cases, men were willing to lie for years about their beliefs, feigning devotion, receiving the sacraments, and even entering holy orders, all in service to state intelligence. This exposed not only the brutality of the age, but a deeper moral corrosion. Under cover of religion and national security, deception, betrayal, and calculated hypocrisy were openly encouraged. The same harsh spirit extended into Ireland, where the violence could be even more extreme. Clergymen were tortured with terrible ingenuity, and older men, too weak to flee, were sometimes burned alive after refusing to renounce papal authority. Members of religious orders suffered heavily, yet many continued their work among the Irish population with extraordinary endurance. Even hostile observers could not fail to notice the contrast between the endurance of these clergy and the harshness of those sent to suppress them. The campaign in Ireland revealed how far the struggle had moved beyond ordinary law enforcement. It had become an effort to uproot a religious culture by fear, pain, and public terror. It is sometimes asked whether Elizabeth's policy should be understood mainly as political repression or as religious persecution. In practice, it was both, but its religious character is impossible to miss. The government aimed to destroy Catholicism as a living force in the kingdom. That goal alone makes the nature of the policy clear. Elizabeth's own motives were shaped largely by politics. She understood that confessional division could tear kingdoms apart, and she feared that English Catholics might one day cooperate with foreign intervention. Her answer was to impose religious unity through force. Yet many of the men who drove persecution most fiercely were moved not only by caution or statecraft, but by intense religious hostility. The campaign was fed by preachers, polemicists, and officials who viewed Catholicism not simply as a rival allegiance, but as something hateful that ought to be erased. At the same time, the government worked hard to deny that it was punishing religion as such. It preferred to claim that priests and Catholic laymen were being prosecuted as traitors, conspirators, or disobedient subjects. This distinction was politically useful, but often unconvincing. Catholics could be forced into Anglican worship while officials still insisted that conscience remained free. Priests were condemned under charges that rested on legal technicalities, imagined plots, or inflated interpretations of old papal declarations. The state repeatedly tried to present religious resistance as treason, even where no real uprising could be shown. A notorious line of interrogation demanded that accused Catholics answer hypothetical questions about foreign invasion and papal power. Any careful or qualified response could then be presented as proof of disloyalty. In this way, men were condemned not for acts they had committed, but for positions the government insisted on forcing out of them. Yet the evidence from the period shows that many of the missionary priests were deeply cautious about political involvement. Their work centered on confession, mass, pastoral care, and the survival of Catholic households. Even government agents sometimes failed to discover evidence of active rebellion among English Catholics. Foreign observers noted how fearful and fragmented the Catholic population had become. Many hoped not for revolt, but simply for relief. Some even continued to believe that the Queen herself might one day soften toward them. This loyalty was visible in striking ways. More than one condemned Catholic prayed for Elizabeth before death. The tragedy of the period lies partly in that contrast. The state viewed Catholic fidelity as a threat, while many Catholics still tried to see themselves as subjects who could remain faithful both to their religion and to their sovereign. The conflict became even more complicated because England also contained another rising force that rejected the religious settlement from a completely different direction. The Puritans had no desire to restore Rome, yet they too despised the existing church structure and many of its ceremonies. Some of the most important enemies of the Catholics were themselves sympathetic to Puritan ideas. This gave the entire situation a strange tension. The same state that punished Catholics in the name of religious conformity often depended on men who had little love for the official church. For many Puritans, the struggle against Catholicism was fueled by sincere religious hatred, not simply policy. Their ministers and allies helped create an atmosphere in which violence against Catholics seemed not only acceptable, but righteous. Puritan discontent had been growing for years. Influenced by Geneva and by more radical reform movements, its leaders attacked vestments, liturgy, episcopal government, and much else in the Church of England. At first the disputes seemed to concern ceremony, but they quickly widened into a challenge to the entire structure of the Elizabethan Church. Some wanted a Presbyterian model. Others moved even further towards separation. Their pamphlets denounced bishops, mocked the prayer book, and condemned what they saw as lingering remnants of the old order. They found support among preachers, students, members of parliament, and parts of the urban population. Even when the government imprisoned a few leading figures, sympathy for them could be strong. Elizabeth, however, would not tolerate any challenge to her supremacy over the Church. Parliament was warned away from religious reform unless it moved within limits she approved. Bishops were expected to obey the crown, not act independently. Archbishops who resisted royal pressure found themselves humiliated or suspended. In this sense, the Queen's authority over the English Church reached astonishing levels. The episcopate was tightly controlled. Major reforms depended on royal will, and even the clergy's internal disputes were shaped by the demands of the state. No bishop could truly forget where power rested. The government's treatment of the Puritans also revealed its priorities. Although some ministers were removed and a few radicals suffered harsh punishment, the movement as a whole was often handled with greater patience than the Catholics. That was striking, because in the long run, Puritanism would prove far more dangerous to the political and ecclesiastical order Elizabeth had built. Catholicism was repressed with relentless force, but Puritanism, though watched and occasionally restrained, continued to grow. The authorities feared Rome with near obsession, yet they underestimated the internal religious force that would one day shake the English monarchy itself. In the short term, Elizabeth's system looked like a triumph. She had bound the Church to the crown, silenced many opponents, and pushed Catholicism to the margins of public life. But the cost was immense. Countless consciences were violated. Families were impoverished. Men and women lost rank, safety, liberty, and life. The policy showed great administrative skill, yet it also revealed a profound blindness. A state church could be imposed by law, but belief could not be engineered so easily. The attempt to create religious unity through coercion did not heal division. It deepened it. The Anglican settlement failed to become a universally embraced national faith, while the persecuted and the half-tolerated alike continued to challenge it in different ways. In the spring of 1572, a fragile peace in France seemed to promise a new beginning. The agreement had brought significant concessions to the Protestant Huguenots, and to strengthen this reconciliation, a royal marriage was arranged between Margaret, the daughter of Catherine de' Medici, and Henry of Navarre, a leading Protestant prince. The union was meant to symbolize unity between deeply divided factions. Yet even before the ceremony, tensions simmered beneath the surface. The Pope had refused to grant the necessary dispensation for the marriage due to Henry's faith. But the French court chose to proceed regardless, revealing how political necessity had begun to outweigh religious authority. At the same time, Europe stood on the edge of a broader conflict. France and England had drawn closer together, creating concern in Spain, whose ruler, Philip II, was already facing growing unrest in the Low Countries. The rebellion there had intensified after key strategic losses, and the possibility that France might intervene in support of the rebels became a pressing question. Among those pushing for such action was Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, a powerful Huguenot leader who had gained influence over the young King Charles IX. Coligny believed that war against Spain would strengthen France and advance the Protestant cause. But not everyone shared his vision. Catherine de' Medici, the king's mother and a dominant political force, viewed the situation differently. She feared both the strength of Spain and the growing influence of Coligny over her son. Her primary concern was maintaining control over the king, the court, and the direction of French policy. While Coligny urged decisive action, Catherine favoured caution, wary of plunging France into a dangerous international conflict. The situation became more volatile as events unfolded. A military setback suffered by Huguenot forces in the Netherlands deepened divisions at court. Coligny intensified his efforts to push France toward war, gaining the king's support. For a brief moment, it seemed as though France might indeed confront Spain. Yet when Catherine returned to Paris, she intervened decisively. After careful deliberation, the Royal Council rejected the idea of war. Still, the king remained sympathetic to Coligny, and tensions within the leadership continued to grow. Meanwhile, preparations for the royal wedding brought a large number of Huguenot nobles to Paris, many accompanied by armed followers. The city filled with celebration, but beneath the festivities lay unease. Rival factions, old grievances, and mutual distrust created an atmosphere charged with danger. Catherine, increasingly alarmed by Coligny's influence and the potential consequences of his policies, began to consider more drastic measures. Her hostility toward Coligny was not driven solely by religion. It was rooted in politics and personal power. She feared losing control over the king and the direction of the kingdom. At the same time, the powerful Guise family, long-standing enemies of Coligny, had their own reasons for seeking his downfall. These overlapping interests created the conditions for a conspiracy. An attempt was made on Coligny's life. He was wounded, but survived. Instead of resolving tensions, the failed attack made the situation far more dangerous. The Huguenots demanded justice, and their anger threatened to erupt into open conflict. Rumours spread rapidly, and fear gripped the court. Catherine and her allies became convinced that a Huguenot uprising was imminent. Faced with this perceived threat, a decision was made, one that would have devastating consequences. In the early hours of August 24th, violence broke out in Paris. Coligny was killed, and other Huguenot leaders were targeted. What began as a focused operation quickly spiraled into widespread bloodshed. Crowds, driven by fear, anger, and opportunism, joined in the Hatia. The violence spread through the city, and in the days that followed, it reached other parts of France. The events shocked Europe. News travelled quickly, often distorted or exaggerated, fueling outrage and suspicion. Many believed that the killings had been planned long in advance as part of a broader conspiracy against Protestantism. In reality, the situation was far more complex. The evidence suggests that the violence was not the result of a long-prepared scheme, but rather a sudden and extreme reaction to a volatile political crisis. The motivations behind the Al-Ahdath were mixed. Political calculations, personal rivalries, fear of rebellion and religious tensions all played a role. Catherine's actions appear to have been driven primarily by her desire to maintain control and prevent what she believed to be an imminent threat. Religious considerations were present, but they were not the sole or even the dominant factor in the decision-making process. In the aftermath, the French crown sought to justify what had happened. Official statements described the violence as a necessary response to a conspiracy against the king. At the same time, different explanations were offered to different audiences. To Protestant powers, the emphasis was placed on self-defense and the prevention of rebellion. To Catholic allies, the events were framed as a decisive action against heresy. Reactions varied across France. In some cities, violence was repeated, while in others, authorities intervened to prevent further bloodshed. There were even instances where individuals risked their lives to protect those targeted. The extent of the cuttle differed from place to place, shaped by local conditions and the decisions of regional leaders. Despite the scale of the tragedy, the original intention does not appear to have been the complete destruction of the Huguenots. Key figures such as Henry of Navarre were spared. Catherine's primary objective had been to eliminate a perceived Siasi threat and restore her authority over the king. Once that goal was achieved, she showed no desire to align fully with hardline factions or to pursue total madhhabi suppression. The broader political landscape remained uncertain. France continued to navigate complex relationships with other European powers, balancing internal stability with external pressures. The hope that the events would bring lasting unity proved unrealistic. Instead, divisions persisted, and the cycle of conflict continued. When the full atmosphere of the late 16th century is taken seriously, the reaction in Rome becomes far easier to understand, even if it feels deeply disturbing from a modern point of view. In that age, many Catholic rulers, churchmen, and political thinkers still believed that heresy threatened not only religion but public order, royal authority, and the stability of entire kingdoms. Violence against religious enemies was often discussed as lawful, necessary, and even protective of the state. Seen through that mindset, the celebration that followed the sudden destruction of so many leading Huguenots in France did not arise from a clear understanding of the real horror of the event. It came from the belief that a dangerous rebellion had been crushed and that both monarchy and Catholicism had been rescued at the same moment. News arriving in Rome encouraged exactly that impression. Reports suggested that the enemies of the crown and the altar had been struck down just as they were preparing to seize power. Men at the papal court believed that France might finally recover peace, that religious conflict might end, and that the kingdom might now return to a single faith under a strengthened king. That interpretation was not limited to the Pope and the Curia. Many Catholics across Europe read the events in the same way. In Rome, influential French churchmen described what had happened as the defeat of a conspiracy against the monarchy. Royal propaganda in France strengthened that idea. Medals were struck to present the king as punishing rebels and defending religion. The official message was clear: justice had fallen on traitors, and the crown had acted to protect itself. Yet the reality behind these claims soon became less certain. Within a short time, doubts began to spread in Rome. Some observers started to suspect that the French monarchy was not truly committed to rooting out Protestantism or restoring religious unity. Even those who had first rejoiced began to notice that the political and religious results they had expected were not appearing. No sweeping program of Catholic restoration followed. No decisive effort was made to eliminate Protestant worship across the kingdom. The initial excitement gradually cooled as the gap widened between the dramatic bloodshed and the limited policy that followed it. This growing uncertainty was fed by reports from men who could see the French court more clearly. They observed that although some leading Catholics boasted of what had been achieved, the religious situation in France had barely changed in a lasting way. The old structures of compromise and caution remained in place. In Rome, many had hoped that the destruction of the Huguenot leadership would be followed by firm new measures, but instead, the French government hesitated. By the autumn of 1572, it had become obvious that Catherine de' Medici and Charles IX had no intention of handing religious policy over to Rome or turning France into an instrument of papal plans. When pressure was applied to suppress Protestant worship altogether, the answer from the French court was blunt. France, Catherine made clear, would be governed by the Queen Mother and her son, not by outside powers. That reply exposed the limits of papal influence more clearly than any diplomatic formula could have done. Even so, Catherine soon tried to repair the impression her words had made. The French court understood that Rome still mattered. It wanted papal goodwill, or at least papal patience, and it wished to preserve the image that the monarchy had acted for the defence of religion. So, new messages were sent to soften the effect of earlier bluntness. French envoys arrived in Rome repeating that all recent actions had been carried out for the benefit of the Catholic faith. Formal speeches delivered before the Pope presented the massacre as the collapse of a murderous plot against the king and his dynasty. The message was theatrical and carefully framed. It portrayed the night of bloodshed, not as a slaughter, but as a providential rescue, a moment in which the killers had themselves been destroyed. Yet by that stage, the papal court no longer accepted such claims without hesitation. Behind the ceremonies and public compliments, suspicion was already taking root. The Pope's own reply avoided fully endorsing the French version of the alleged conspiracy. Instead, he focused on gratitude for the king's attitude toward heresy, a sign that confidence in the French court's sincerity had already begun to weaken. Rome still hoped that France might yet be pushed in a more openly Catholic direction. Papal envoys were urged to strengthen the government against the Huguenots and to encourage measures that would restore unity of worship. A cardinal legate was sent with ambitious goals. He was expected not only to encourage religious reform and acceptance of the decrees of Trent, but also to draw France into a wider coalition against the Ottoman Empire and prevent a destructive war between France and Spain. The mission carried generous promises. The papacy was prepared to support French ambitions abroad if France would commit itself more firmly to Catholic interests at home. But the journey exposed just how little the French court wanted that kind of intervention. The presence of a papal legate threatened Catherine's delicate diplomacy with Protestant powers, especially England and the German princes. If France appeared too closely tied to Rome after the killings of August 1572, suspicion abroad would grow and the monarchy's room for manoeuvre would shrink. For that reason, the legate was quietly blocked. Before he could reach the French court, he was urged not to continue. The king could not receive him, it was said. Later, the message became even clearer. A papal legation, under the shadow of the recent massacre, would alarm Protestant states and damage French diplomacy. The legate had to wait, negotiate indirectly, and finally settle for sending an agent ahead. Only after delay was he allowed to come to Paris, and when he arrived, the reception made the situation unmistakable. The welcome was cold, the audience delayed, and the answers evasive. He raised the major issues one by one. France was urged to join the anti-Ottoman struggle, to consider a dynastic marriage favourable to Catholic interests, and above all, to complete the work begun against the Huguenots. The king's replies revealed little commitment. He avoided any clear promise. His government spoke politely, but its policy remained cautious, self-interested, and resistant to outside direction. The failure of that mission became undeniable. Before the legate could secure meaningful progress, he was effectively asked to leave. The French government, through diplomatic language, made it known that its interests did not permit his continued stay. He appealed to Rome for new instructions, but the answer simply allowed him to withdraw. He departed without gaining anything of substance. His final proposals were ignored, and even the king himself later admitted that the papal mission had produced nothing. This was a severe disappointment for Rome. So much hope had briefly been placed in the possibility that the massacre might mark a turning point. Yet the truth was now difficult to deny. Charles IX and Catherine de' Medici had no intention of giving up their broader foreign policy or subordinating French politics to Catholic restoration. They wanted to preserve the alliance with England, keep lines open to the Protestant German princes, and use religion as one instrument among many in the survival of the monarchy. The years that followed confirmed this pattern. Although France's outward direction remained much the same, the kingdom was still dragged deeper into internal war. The Huguenots had been badly damaged by the killings, but they were far from destroyed. Their military and political power survived, and renewed conflict soon broke out. Rome watched these events with intense concern, hoping that the crown would at last impose a lasting Catholic settlement. Yet French politics moved in a different direction. Even when the Huguenots were weakened, the monarchy often settled for compromise rather than total victory. The election of the Duke of Anjou as King of Poland in 1573 interrupted military operations at a crucial moment and helped produce a peace far more favourable to the Protestants than many Catholics had expected. Liberty of conscience was granted and certain strongholds were secured for Protestant use. Instead of restoring religious unity, the settlement gave the Huguenots room to recover. This outcome encouraged them, but it also exposed divisions within the Catholic side. From this point onward, the Catholic cause in France was no longer united behind a single strategy. A group emerged that believed further religious war would only destroy the kingdom. These men favoured accommodation. Their view was not based on sympathy for Protestantism, so much as on political exhaustion and fear of endless civil collapse. They imagined that toleration might calm rebellion, preserve loyalty to the king, and prevent foreign alliances against France. Yet, their entire program depended on one condition that France conspicuously lacked: a strong monarchy able to impose order on rival factions. Without that strength, compromise did not create peace. It created new grievances, new mistrust, and new rebellions. At the same time, more ambitious and reckless figures entered the field. The king's own brother, the Duke of Alençon, showed himself ready to work with the Huguenots when it suited his political interests. Conspiracies multiplied. Plots were formed to overthrow the government of Catherine de' Medici. Huguenot uprisings resumed in different parts of the kingdom. Then, in 1574, Charles IX died, leaving the crown to Henry of Anjou, now Henry III, who hurried back from Poland to take control of France. Rome reacted quickly. The Pope sought contact with the new king, hoping that a fresh reign might open new possibilities. Plans were made for envoys, personal meetings, and renewed intervention in favour of Catholic interests. Great hopes were again placed in the new monarch because of his earlier military reputation, and because he was believed capable of acting decisively against the Huguenots. Those hopes faded almost immediately. Henry III delayed, travelled slowly, and seemed more attracted to ceremony, pleasure, and display than to the urgent needs of his kingdom. Even on his way home, he appeared distracted from the crisis waiting for him. Experienced observers began to doubt him deeply. Some concluded that France's true misfortune was not merely factional violence, but the absence of a ruler capable of ruling. Rome continued to support him with money, permissions, and diplomatic backing, but the king showed little consistency. He asked for funds rather than soldiers. He gave signs of Catholic resolve, then hesitated. He promised firmness, then moved toward a compromise. As the wars continued, papal support became increasingly expensive, while royal policy remained uncertain and often self-defeating. The situation worsened again in 1575 and 1576. Alençon escaped semi-captivity and raised the banner of revolt. Henry of Navarre, who had outwardly accepted Catholicism after the massacre, fled court life and rejoined the Protestant side. Soon he openly returned to Calvinism, declaring that his earlier submission had been forced. The crown found itself facing not only Huguenot resistance, but also rebellious princes of the blood and dissatisfied Catholic nobles. Catherine de' Medici chose negotiation over decisive war, and in 1576 the Peace of Beaulieu granted sweeping concessions to the Protestants. Public worship was expanded, access to office widened, and security towns handed over. Even apostate clergy were protected. To Rome, this was a bitter humiliation. The Pope had supported continued resistance, had sent large sums to aid the struggle, and had ordered prayers for France. Now, instead of a Catholic recovery, he saw the Church suffer what looked like a major political defeat. Yet even in his anger, Gregory XIII did not completely abandon hope. French envoys tried to calm him. They argued that the king had accepted harsh terms only to prevent the total ruin of the kingdom. They claimed that circumstances were far worse than in earlier reigns, and that compromise had been forced by military weakness and Catholic division. Gregory listened, though without satisfaction. He reluctantly agreed to financial concessions in order to prevent even worse abuses by the French crown. But he made his disappointment unmistakable. He reminded Henry III that the terms granted to the Huguenots had offended zealous Catholics everywhere and could be excused only by extreme necessity. At the same time, he demanded future loyalty to Catholic reform, sound episcopal appointments, and stronger support for the decrees of Trent. The Peace of Beaulieu had one major effect beyond the immediate settlement. It convinced many Catholics in France that they could not rely on the crown alone. If the Huguenots had succeeded through discipline, unity, and organisation, then Catholics would have to respond in kind. Earlier regional associations for the defence of religion had existed before, but now the desire for broader coordination grew stronger. New Catholic unions began to appear. At first, they still combined loyalty to the dynasty with loyalty to the Church. Their members swore to defend the Roman faith and the legitimate king together. Henry III, seeing the danger that these bodies might slip from his control and fall into the hands of the Guise family, tried to place himself at their head. He wanted their strength without allowing them independence. For a time, that balancing act appeared to work. The States General that met at Blois in late 1576 revealed how powerful Catholic feeling had become. There, the demand was made that only the Catholic religion should be publicly practiced in France. The pressure was strong enough that the king accepted the principle, though once again enforcement remained uncertain. Rome greeted the development with relief and renewed hope. When war broke out again, the Pope sent new subsidies and supplies. Papal territories in the south, especially around Avignon, were also endangered, so Gregory had practical as well as religious reasons to resist Huguenot expansion. Catholic fortunes in the next phase of war seemed at first to improve. In the north, Protestant strength was badly reduced, and their military discipline often appeared weak. A decisive Catholic victory briefly seemed possible. But once more, Catherine de' Medici intervened against a complete triumph. She feared the consequences of too much success. A stronger Catholic settlement might also mean a stronger Guise faction and a diminished role for herself. Henry III, weary of war and suspicious of rival Catholic leaders, allowed negotiation to prevail. The Peace of Bergerac in 1577 rolled back some of the worst concessions of Beaulieu, but it still preserved important advantages for the Huguenots. Secret terms protected those who had abandoned the Catholic clergy. In Rome, the full details were not immediately known, and when they became clear, they caused renewed frustration. Even so, Gregory took some comfort in the fact that his own territories in the south were included in the settlement, since Avignon and the surrounding region had required great sacrifices to defend. The burden of that defence had been heavy. Gregory XIII spent enormous sums protecting Avignon and neighbouring lands from Huguenot pressure. Fortresses had to be besieged, troops maintained, and commanders supported. Some positions resisted with extraordinary stubbornness. Yet the Pope persisted, declaring that he would sell even his own ceremonial treasures if necessary, to continue the struggle. This mixture of political realism, territorial concern, and confessional commitment defined much of his French policy. He could be cautious in diplomacy, but where his lands and the Catholic cause were visibly at risk, he was ready to spend heavily. By 1578 and 1579, however, the wider picture in France remained grim. New nuncios arrived with instructions not only to press for religious reform, but also to work for better relations between France and Spain. That task became harder because French policy increasingly leaned toward anti-Spanish adventures, especially in connection with the Netherlands and England. Papal diplomats found themselves in an almost impossible position. They were expected to defend Catholic interests, promote the Tridentine reform program, restrain France from dangerous foreign entanglements, and somehow maintain influence over a court that mistrusted Rome and resented criticism. Their reports painted a bleak picture. France seemed exhausted, unstable, and poorly governed. Catherine continued to negotiate with Protestants. Henry III remained inconsistent. New treaties favoured Geneva and alarmed Catholic observers. Rumours of closer ties between France and England caused further unease. The monarchy's financial desperation deepened the tension with Rome. French officials repeatedly sought new access to ecclesiastical revenues, while the papacy, fully aware of the waste and disorder at court, became less willing to grant it. Relations between Paris and Rome grew strained. There were moments when a complete diplomatic rupture seemed possible. Even so, both sides stepped back from that outcome. At the same time, the civil wars continued in cycles of fighting and compromise. The Peace of Le Fleix in 1580 once again confirmed much that previous settlements had granted to the Huguenots. It became harder and harder for devoted Catholics to believe that Henry III genuinely intended to restore the kingdom to a single faith. Then came a far more serious development. The death of the Duke of Anjou in 1584 transformed a chronic religious struggle into a succession crisis. Henry III had no heir, and the next legitimate claimant was Henry of Navarre, a Protestant leader and, in Catholic eyes, a relapsed heretic. This possibility sent shockwaves through Catholic France. For years, many Catholics had watched the spread of Protestant power in parts of Europe with fear and anger. They had seen churches destroyed, clergy persecuted, religious life overturned, and old structures of worship attacked wherever militant Protestantism triumphed. The idea that the crown of France might pass to a man identified with that cause seemed intolerable. This was no longer merely a question of toleration or local privilege. It was a question of who would rule the kingdom itself, and what religion that kingdom would have in the future. That fear gave new life to the idea of a Catholic League. Earlier, Catholic associations had mostly combined defence of religion with obedience to the crown. The new danger altered the balance. If the king himself intended to recognise Navarre as his successor, then some Catholics concluded that loyalty to the dynasty could no longer be separated from resistance to its policy. The most energetic figure in this movement was Henry of Guise. His Catholic zeal was real, but so were his political ambitions. He understood the danger of appearing openly rebellious, so he moved carefully. He needed legitimacy, allies, and time. He was not yet in a position to seize the crown for himself, nor was that his immediate strategy. Instead, he looked toward Cardinal Charles of Bourbon as a possible Catholic alternative in the succession, someone respectable enough to rally support while leaving real power in other hands. Spain also had every reason to fear Navarre's rise. Philip II understood that a Protestant France would almost certainly become more hostile to Spanish power and more favourable to the rebellious Netherlands. A Huguenot king in France could shift the entire balance of Western Europe. For that reason, Spain and the militant French Catholics were drawn toward each other. Yet neither side acted from pure principle. The Guise sought power as well as religious defense. Philip sought not only the preservation of Catholicism in France, but also the weakening of France as a rival state. Rome stood between these forces in a difficult position. Gregory XIII was often accused by the French court of acting as a Spanish instrument, but his central concern remained the prevention of an even larger war between Catholic powers while still protecting the Church. As the League took shape in 1584, its leaders looked for papal approval. If they were to resist a succession that might place Navarre on the throne, they wanted Rome to recognize the justice of their cause. The question was presented carefully. If the first aim of those preparing to take up arms was the defense of religion against heresy, could such action be approved? After consultation, the Pope gave an answer that encouraged them. If their principal object was indeed to fight the heretics, and if they believed themselves strong enough to succeed, then he could not condemn the enterprise. That response mattered enormously. It did not resolve every political issue, but it gave moral support to a movement that was now preparing for open confrontation. By that point, Henry of Navarre had also begun to prepare for war and to seek outside support. The struggle in France was entering a new phase. The old pattern of temporary settlements, exhausted truces, and limited concessions was giving way to something more dangerous. The question was no longer simply how Catholics and Huguenots might coexist under a wavering monarchy. It was whether France would remain a Catholic kingdom at all, and whether the crown itself would become the prize of a conflict that had already torn the country apart for years. In January 1585, a major political and religious alliance took shape at Joinville. On one side stood the representatives of Philip II of Spain. On the other stood the Duke of Guise, his brothers and relatives, and Cardinal Charles of Bourbon. Their common aim was clear. They wanted to crush Protestant influence in France and the Low Countries, and they wanted to block Henry of Navarre from ever inheriting the French throne. In his place, Cardinal Charles of Bourbon was presented as the rightful next heir. Spain also expected important political rewards from this agreement, including control over places such as Cambrai and French Navarre. Supporters of the treaty defended these promises by pointing out that Protestant factions in France had once handed the English the even more valuable port of Le Havre, yet the agreement at Joinville carried serious dangers from the beginning. It strengthened the Catholic League, drew large numbers of dissatisfied French subjects into its orbit, and gave new force to a movement that quickly grew beyond simple religious defense. The anger that fed this expansion was already widespread. Henry III had lost the respect of much of the kingdom. His erratic behaviour, his devotion to favourites, his taste for luxury, and his inability to govern firmly had made him deeply unpopular. At court there was extravagance and spectacle, while across the country there was hardship and resentment. Paris in particular had strong reasons for hostility. The king had forced large sums from the city's finances, and many Parisians were ready to support any cause that claimed to oppose his misrule. That made the capital one of the great strongholds of the League. Henry III hesitated constantly, unsure whether to resist the movement or try to benefit from it. While he received honours and encouragement from Elizabeth of England, and although he publicly declared that he wanted peace with Spain, the League moved ahead with its own programme. On March 31st, 1585, its supporters issued the Manifesto of Péronne. This declaration presented the kingdom as a country in decay. It blamed corrupt advisors and royal favourites for the collapse of religion, justice, and political order. It warned that a heretic might soon inherit the crown. In response, the League announced itself as a sacred union formed to protect the Catholic faith, defend noble privilege, preserve the liberties of the people, destroy heresy, and remove evil counsellors from power. It also promised to restore the authority of the parliaments, abolish unjust new taxes, and secure the rights of subjects against abuse. Armed action was to follow within days. France was once again on the edge of civil war. At that same moment, Gregory XIII was nearing the end of his life. His connection to the League was limited and cautious. He had offered words that could be taken as sympathetic to Catholic resistance, but he had stopped far short of endorsing the full political programme of the Guise family. That restraint mattered. The leaders of the League wanted more than moral support. They wanted formal papal approval, something that would sanctify both their religious struggle and their political ambitions. Yet Gregory, trained in law and fully aware of the dangers involved, refused to take such a decisive step. Pressure from the Spanish faction in Rome was intense. Spanish diplomats and cardinals tried hard to push him toward an official declaration in favour of the League. He did not yield. Rome understood that many men within the League were not motivated solely by religion. Some were just as interested in weakening Henry III or even overturning the political order for their own advantage. Because of that, the Pope held back. This caution became increasingly important as rumours spread through France that the Holy See had fully approved the League's fundraising and military plans. Those claims were exaggerated. No document could be produced proving such sweeping papal support. In fact, the papal nuncio was able to show Henry III that the League had misrepresented Rome's position. What the leaders of the movement had truly received was moral encouragement for firmness against religious dissent, not a blank check for rebellion or political revolution. Gregory XIII maintained that careful distance until his death. Even critics who judged his pontificate harshly admitted that he had not committed himself recklessly to the cause. This distinction is essential. The papacy strongly supported Catholic renewal in France, but it did not simply hand over its full authority to a faction whose purposes were mixed and whose ambitions could not be trusted. Where Gregory XIII acted without hesitation was in support of religious reform inside France. He believed, as many thoughtful churchmen did, that violence alone could never end religious division. What France needed above all was a better clergy. It needed bishops who actually lived in their dioceses, taught the faith, corrected abuses, and led by personal example. It needed church offices filled by men of conscience rather than by courtiers, clients, and royal dependents. If episcopal sees and abbeys could be restored to serious and capable leadership, many believed that the religious condition of the kingdom could improve far more quickly than most imagined. This was not a dream of sudden perfection. It was a practical strategy. Before broader reform could be imposed, the most urgent task was to repair the leadership of the Church itself. In this effort, Gregory placed great hope in the newer religious orders, especially the Jesuits and the Capuchins. He saw them as energetic instruments of renewal, and on this point he found support not only from members of the Guise family, but also from the French monarchy itself. The Capuchins had attempted to establish themselves in Paris as early as the late 1560s. In the early 1570s, they began to gain more visible ground. At first, many of them were Italians living among fellow countrymen in France, but their presence quickly expanded. They received houses and support from powerful patrons, including Catherine de' Medici, who helped them obtain sites for convents in important cities. Gregory XIII removed earlier restrictions that had confined the order largely to Italy, giving the Capuchins freedom to spread more widely. In France, they soon gained official permission to work, and new houses appeared in city after city. Their appeal was not difficult to understand. The Capuchins lived simply, embraced poverty, preached with intensity, and served the poor with visible sincerity. Their churches were modest, but orderly and attractive, and their style of worship impressed ordinary people. During outbreaks of plague, they cared for the sick with remarkable courage. That kind of service won public affection in a way that political argument never could. Towns began asking for Capuchin houses. In some places, the friars were welcomed almost triumphantly. Their preaching helped inspire conversions, and their influence spread well beyond the circles of political Catholicism. Although many of them supported the League as defenders of religion, they were not confined to one political camp. Their reputation reached people of varying loyalties because their pastoral presence was direct, visible, and deeply human. Alongside the Capuchins, the Jesuits became one of the most powerful forces in the Catholic recovery of France. Their mission was broader. They preached, taught, guided consciences, and above all, educated the young. Their path was not easy. From the start, they faced strong hostility, especially from the University of Paris and from influential theologians, who saw them as rivals or distrusted their methods. Even where they founded colleges, financial support was often weak and unstable. Many of their houses lived with constant need. Yet hardship did not stop them. They continued to teach, preach, and travel as missionaries, often under difficult conditions. Their effectiveness made them even more controversial. Opponents attacked them repeatedly, sometimes through charges that were exaggerated or plainly false. But the order answered these assaults less with public rage than with persistence. Its members believed that patient endurance could sometimes serve the Church better than open quarrel. Among the Jesuits in France, several figures stood out. Some became renowned scholars, others famous preachers, and still others influential spiritual advisors. Their work reached every level of society. In classrooms, they trained future clergy and lay elites. In pulpits, they defended Catholic teaching and challenged Protestant arguments. In print, they produced devotional, catechetical, and controversial works that circulated widely. Their books on the sacraments, on doctrine, and on Christian life helped shape religious culture across the kingdom. Their educational network expanded steadily, with colleges in major cities and important regional centres. By the end of Gregory XIII's pontificate, the Society of Jesus had become firmly rooted in France and divided its growing activity into multiple administrative provinces. Its influence was especially visible in the strengthening of ordinary Catholic belief. In many places, Protestant numbers declined, while attachment to Catholic ritual, teaching, and identity grew stronger among the common people. This revival did not come only from the religious orders. A number of bishops also worked seriously for reform. In several important dioceses, church leaders tried to restore discipline among the clergy, improve preaching, and renew religious life. Yet such bishops were still not the norm. Too many dioceses remained neglected, and too many church offices were filled by men chosen for political convenience, rather than spiritual worth. The deeper cause of this problem lay in the royal control over ecclesiastical appointments. For generations, the French crown had used bishoprics, abbeys, and benefices as tools of patronage. Gregory XIII repeatedly warned Henry III about the damage this caused, but the king did not truly change course. High church positions continued to be handed to unsuitable candidates, sometimes to laymen, sometimes to children, and in shocking cases even to people outside the Catholic faith. Those who held the revenues often left the actual work of religion to poorly paid clergy at the local level. In many areas, this produced neglect, scandal, and widespread corruption. And yet, France did not collapse fully into religious ruin. Several forces prevented that outcome. The monarchy and the nobility both had strong material interests in preserving the church, since so much ecclesiastical property was entangled with elite power. Henry III himself, for all his weakness, did not want to destroy Catholicism. The memory of France's past remained closely tied to the Catholic faith in the minds of much of the population. Most of all, the tireless labour of religious orders kept many communities from spiritual collapse. They taught neglected believers, revived devotion, and gave the lower classes a renewed sense of religious purpose. Signs of revival were already visible in large urban centres. In Paris, churches were crowded on feast days, and Catholic practice among ordinary people appeared stronger than before. But this improvement had limits. The moral corruption of the upper classes remained severe, and the court itself offered a damaging example. Henry III's strange mixture of public penance and private excess became a symbol of a kingdom divided against itself. At the same time, another crucial struggle unfolded over church reform at the national level. French clergy increasingly pressed for the acceptance of the decrees of the Council of Trent, which they saw as essential to restoring discipline and repairing the church. Gregory XIII strongly supported this effort. Through his envoys and nuncios, he tried more than once to secure a clear and formal adoption of those decrees in France. But resistance was fierce. The monarchy, the parlements, the Sorbonne, and defenders of Gallican tradition all raised objections. They argued that the Tridentine decrees threatened royal rights and the liberties of the French Church. Some claimed that accepting them would endanger the fragile peace with the Protestants. Others insisted that France had no need to receive reform from abroad, as if it already possessed everything necessary within itself. Even bishops who pleaded frankly for change and warned of the scandal caused by vacant sees and abusive appointments could not break this resistance. Henry III answered them with evasions, sarcasm, and repeated defence of inherited royal privilege. Because of this deadlock, reformers increasingly sought indirect paths. If the decrees of Trent could not be fully imposed from above, perhaps their spirit could still be introduced through provincial councils and local action. This became one of the most important hopes for the future. Meanwhile, relations between Rome and the French crown grew tense over other matters as well. When the Pope attempted to publish measures that reflected the wider Catholic reform movement, royal authorities often intervened. Printers were arrested. Legal decrees were issued. Parliament denounced actions taken without the king's approval. At moments, it seemed that a serious break between Rome and Paris might occur. Yet both sides usually stepped back before reaching that point. Diplomacy continued, new nuncios were sent, and partial gains were sometimes achieved. Certain hostile decrees were withdrawn, and limited permissions were won. But the larger goal remained out of reach. National resistance, political interest, and Gallican suspicion continued to block any full transformation. By the end of Gregory XIII's pontificate, the future of France was dark both politically and religiously. The kingdom was sliding back toward war. The Catholic League was growing in strength, but its motives were no longer purely spiritual. The monarchy was weak, mistrusted, and morally discredited. Reform was advancing in some places, especially through the work of the Jesuits, the Capuchins, and a minority of devoted bishops, yet major structural abuses remained untouched. Powerful men still dreamed of a French church more independent from Rome, and many within the governing institutions cared little for papal authority. Even so, the period was not without lasting importance. Gregory XIII did not solve the crisis of France, and he could not overcome all the forces working against reform. But he helped prepare the ground for a future Catholic revival. He supported the people, institutions, and religious energies that would later reshape French Catholic life. In the middle of faction, intrigue, and civil breakdown, that quieter work of renewal would prove to be one of the most enduring legacies of his age.